Florence Scovel Shinn. The Power of the Spoken Word, read by receivejoy. Weapons ye know not of. I have weapons ye know not of. I have ways ye know not of. I have channels ye know not of. Mysterious weapons, mysterious ways, mysterious channels. For God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. The trouble with most people is that they want to know the way and the channel beforehand. They want to tell Supreme Intelligence just how their prayers should be answered. They do not trust the wisdom and ingenuity of God. They pray, giving infinite intelligence definite directions how to work, thereby limiting the Holy One of Israel. Jesus Christ said, "When you pray, believe ye have it." What could be more simpler or direct? Become as a little child if you would enter the kingdom. We might paraphrase the scripture and say, have the expectancy of a little child, and your prayers will be answered. A child waits with joyful expectancy for his toys at Christmas. I give the illustration of a little boy who asks for a drum for Christmas. The child does not lie awake at night agonizing over his drum, wondering whether he will get it. He goes to bed and sleeps like a top. He jumps out of bed in the morning ready for a happy day before him. He looks with wonder at that which is before him. The grown-up person spends sleepless nights agonizing over his problem. Instead of a drum, he has spoken for a large sum of money. He can't think of any way it can come, and will it come on time? He will tell you he has perfect faith in God, yet he would like to know more about the channel and how it can be used. The answer comes, I have weapons ye know not of. My ways are ingenious, my methods are sure. Trust in me, commit your ways unto me. Committing your ways unto the Lord seems very difficult to most people. It means, of course, to follow intuition, for intuition is the magic path, the beeline for your demonstration. Intuition is a spiritual faculty above the intellect. It is the still, small voice, commonly called a hunch, which says, "This is the way, walk ye in it." I refer to intuition very often, for it is the most important part of spiritual development. It is divine guidance. It is the God within. It is the eye which watches over Israel, and never slumbers or sleeps. With it, nothing is unimportant. Acknowledge me in all your ways, and I will make plain your path. Remember, despite not the day of small things, of seemingly unimportant events, it is very difficult for a person who has always followed the reasoning mind to suddenly follow intuition, especially people who have what they call regular habits. They are accustomed to doing the same thing every day at the same time, meals like clockwork. They get up at a certain time and go to bed at a certain time. Any deviation upsets them. We have the power of choice. We may follow the magic path of intuition or the long and hard road of experience. By following the reasoning mind, by following the superconscious, we attain the heights. In the intuition are the pictures of eternal youth and eternal life, where death itself is overcome. We have the power to impress the subconscious mind with the picture of eternal youth and eternal life. The subconscious, being simply power without direction, carries out the idea, and we have our bodies transmuted into a body which can never die. We see this idea partly expressed in the moving picture The Lost Horizon. Shangri-La was a symbolic picture of the world of the wondrous, where all conditions were perfect. There is a spiritual prototype of your body and affairs. I call it the divine design, and this divine design is the perfect idea in your superconscious mind. Most people are far from expressing the divine idea of their bodies and affairs. They have stamped the contrary pictures of disease, old age, and death upon the subconscious, and it is carefully carried out. Now we must give a new order. Let me now express the divine idea in my mind, body, and affairs. If you will impress the subconscious with repeating this statement, you will be amazed at the changes which soon take place. You will be bombarded by new ideas and new ideals. A chemical change will take place in your body. Your environment will change for the better, for you are expanding rapidly into the divine plan, where all conditions are permanently perfect. Lift your heads, ye gates, and be lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord, or Law, strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Now remember, the Bible is talking about thoughts and states of consciousness. Here is a picture of a perfect ideas of the superconscious mind. Rushing into your conscious mind, gates and doors are lifted up, and the King of glory comes in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. This King of glory has weapons ye know not of, and puts to fight the army of the aliens, the negative thoughts entrenched in your consciousness for countless ages. These negative thoughts have always defeated the manifestation of your heart's desire. They are the thought forms which you have built up in your subconscious by constantly thinking the same thoughts. You have built up a fixed idea that life is hard and filled with disappointments. You will meet these thoughts as concrete experiences in your life, for out of the imaginations of the heart come the issues of life. My ways are ways of pleasantness. We shall all build up in consciousness a picture of peace, harmony, and beauty, and someday it will push itself into visibility. The divine idea of your life often flashes across your consciousness as something too good to be true. Very few people fulfill their destinies. Destiny means the place you were destined to fill. We are fully equipped for the divine plan of our lives. We are more than equal to every situation. If we allow back the realization of these words, doors would fly open and channels be cleared. We could actually hear the hum of divine activity, for we would be linked with infinite intelligence which knows no defeat. Opportunities would come to us from unexpected quarters. Divine activity would operate in and through all our affairs, and divine idea would come to pass. God is love, yet God is law. If you love me, keep my commandments, or laws. Dr. Ernest Wilson told me that his first knowledge of truth came through reading Emerson's Concentration. Concentration means loving absorption. We see children lovingly absorbed in their play. We can only be a success in a line which interests us greatly. Great inventors are never bored with their work, or they would not bring forth great inventions. Never try to force a child to be something he doesn't want to be. He will only prove a failure. The first start toward success is to be glad you are yourself. So many people are bored by themselves. They have no self-reliance and are always wishing they were someone else. When I was in London, I saw a man on the street selling a new song. It was called, "I'm Tickled to Death, I'm Me." I thought, that was a wonderful idea. Start out by being glad you are yourself. Then you can expand rapidly into the divine plan of your life, where you fulfill your destiny. You may be sure that divine plan of your life will give you perfect satisfaction. You will no longer envy anyone. People often become impatient and discouraged. I was inspired by reading in the paper about Omaha, the famous racehorse. The article said, Omaha had to run a mile before he gets into his stride. There are no doubt a lot of Omahas in the world. Yet they can get into their spiritual stride and win the race in a twinkling of an eye. Delight yourself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Delight thyself in the law, and it will give to thee the desires of thine heart. Delighting yourself in the law means to enjoy making a demonstration. To enjoy trusting God means to be happy in following your intuitive leads. Most people say, "Oh dear, I've got to demonstrate money again," or "Oh dear, my hunches make me so nervous. I haven't the nerve to follow them." People enjoy playing golf and tennis. Why can't we enjoy playing the game of life? It is because we are playing with unseen forces. With golf or tennis, they have balls they can see and a goal which is visible to the naked eye. Yet, how much more important is this game of life? The goal is the divine plan of your life where all conditions are permanently perfect. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will make plain thy paths. Every moment we can link with intuition, and it will give us a definite lead, as a signpost. So many people are leading such complicated lives because they are trying to think things out instead of intuiting the way out. I know a woman who says she has a thorough knowledge of truth and its application, yet the minute she has a problem, she reasons and weighs and measures the situation. It is never solved. Intuition flies out the window when reason comes to the door. Intuition is a spiritual faculty, the superconscious, and never explains itself. There comes a voice before me saying, "This is the way, walk ye in it." Someone asked me if the reasoning mind was ever any good. The reasoning mind must be redeemed. Trust in spiritual law, and it will be given to you. Your part is to be a good receiver. Prepare for your blessing, rejoice, and give thanks, and it will come to pass. I have weapons ye know not of. I have ways which will astound you. I give unto you power. Luke 10:19. God's gift to man is power, power and dominion over all created things, his mind, his body, and affairs. All unhappiness comes from lack of power. Man imagines himself weak and the victim of circumstances, claiming that conditions over which he had no control caused his defeat. Man by himself is indeed a victim of circumstances, but linked with God power, all things are possible. Through a knowledge of metaphysics, we are discovering how this can be done. By your word, you contact this power. Then, miraculously, every burden is lifted and every battle is won. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Watch your words with all diligence. You are continually reaping the fruits of your words. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works to the end, to him I will give power and dominion over the nations. Overcoming means to conquer all doubts, fears, and negative vibrations. One man with perfect peace and perfect poise, filled with love and goodwill, could dissolve all negative vibrations. They would melt away like snow under the sun. Jesus Christ said, "All power is given unto me to bring heaven unto earth." Let us give thanks that this is now coming to pass, for evil is unreal and leaves no stain. This God power is within you, your subconscious mind. It is the realm of inspiration, revelation, and illumination. It is the realm of miracles and wonders. Quick and seemingly impossible changes take place for your good. A door opens where there were no doors. Supply appears from hidden and unexpected channels, for God has weapons ye know not of. To work with God power, you must give it right of way and still the reasoning mind. The instant you ask, infinite intelligence knows the way of fulfillment. Man's part is to rejoice and give thanks and act with faith. A very well-known woman in England told of this experience. She was asking with great feeling for a realization of God. These words came to her, "Act as though I were and I am." It is exactly what I say over and over again. Only active faith impresses the subconscious, and unless you impress the subconscious, there are no results. I will now give you an example to show you just how the law works. A woman came to me whose heart's desire was her right marriage and happy home. She was very fond of a certain man, yet he was the most difficult person. After having shown her every attention and devotion, he suddenly changed and dropped out of her life. She was unhappy, resentful, and discouraged. I said, "Now this is the time to prepare for your happy home. Buy little things for it as if you hadn't a minute to spare." She became quite interested in the shopping of her happy home, when all appearances were against it. "Now," I said, "you'll have to perfect yourself on the situation and become immune to all resentment and unhappiness." I gave her the statement, "I am now immune to all hurt and resentment. My poise is built upon a rock, the Christ within." I said, "When you are immune to all hurt and resentment, this man will be given you or his equivalent." It took many months. when one evening she came to see me and said, "I have only the kindest and most friendly feelings for this man. If he isn't the divine selection, I would be happy without him." Not long after, she happened to meet the man. He was so sorry for the way he had acted. He begged her to forgive him. Not long after, they were married, and a happy home came into manifestation. It had built itself around her active faith. Your only enemies are within yourself. The woman's enemies were hurt and resentment. They are indeed serpents and scorpions. Many lives have been wrecked by these two enemies. Linked with God power, all opposition vanished from this woman's life. Nothing could by any means hurt her. Think what that means, to have a life free from all unhappy experiences. It is done through making a conscious contact with God power every instant. Many times in the Bible, the word power is mentioned. "Thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth." A person with a rich consciousness attracts riches. A person with a poor consciousness attracts poverty. I have seen people in this truth rise up out of lack and limitation by linking with the God power within, not depending on the external. Trusting in God gives you irresistible power, for this supreme intelligence only knows the way of fulfillment. Trust in me, and I will bring it to pass. All our knowledge of truth can bring us to know that God is the only power, one presence, one plan. When you have the fixed idea that there is only one power in the universe, God power, all appearance of evil will disappear from your world. In getting a demonstration, we must acknowledge only one power. Evil comes from man's own vain imagings. Withdraw all power from evil, and it is powerless to hurt. I will give you an example which shows a working of the law. I was in a restaurant with a friend who spilled something on her dress. She was sure it would leave a stain. I said, "We'll give it a treatment." I made the statement, "Evil is unreal and leaves no stain." I said, "Now don't look. Leave it to infinite intelligence." In about an hour we took a look, and there was not the slightest stain. What is true of a little thing is true of a big thing. You can use this statement for past misfortunes or mistakes, and somehow or other, under grace, the effects will disappear. They will leave no stain. Many people are using personal power instead of God power, which always brings unhappy reaction. Personal power means forcing personal will. I will give the example of a woman I knew a long time ago. She married a man who worked on a newspaper drawing a comic strip. His drawings demanded the knowledge of slang, which he used in every occasion. She decided she should cultivate his mind and read the classics. They moved to a college town so that he could go to college. She insisted upon his going to college. He resisted a little at first, then he grew to like it. Soon he was steeped in the classics. He would only talk about Plato and Aristotle. He wanted the food cooked the way they cooked, and eat the simple foods they ate. Her life had become a nightmare. After that, she never tried to change people. The only person to change is yourself. As you change, all the conditions around you will change. People will change. When you are undisturbed by a situation, it falls away of its own weight. Your life is outpictured by the sum total of your subconscious beliefs. Wherever you go, you take these conditions with you. I am strong in the Lord in the power of his might. I am backed by unnumbered hosts of power. Power means dominion, and dominion means control. Man controls conditions by knowledge of spiritual law. Suppose your problem is lack or limitation. Your urgent need is supply. Link with the God power within, and give thanks for your immediate supply. If you are too close to the situation, if you are filled with doubts and fear, go to a practitioner for help, someone to see clearly for you. A man told me while at a truth center in Pittsburgh, he heard people talking about me, and he said, "Who in the heck is Florence Scovel Shinn?" Someone replied, "Oh, she wrote The Game of Life. If you write to her, she'll get you a miracle." He said he promptly wrote to me and got a demonstration. Jesus Christ said, "When two of you agree, it shall be done." Do not hesitate to ask for help if you cannot see clearly your good. Jesus Christ saw clearly for the people he healed. He did not tell them to heal themselves. Of course you can reach the state where you can do that. When you have the fixed idea that God's power is the only power and that God's plan is the only plan. We cannot take blessings from infinite intelligence. They must be given us. Man's part is to be a grateful receiver. Behold, I give unto you the power to tread on serpents and scorpions, and over all the power of the enemy. And nothing shall by any means hurt you. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands, and hath put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, are the beasts of the fields. This is God's idea of man, but man's idea of himself is one of limitation and failure. It is only in a big moment that man seems to rise to his power and dominion. It isn't until we face a situation of lack that we suddenly express the power which has already been given us. I have known people who are unusually nervous and anxious to become poised and powerful when confronted with a big situation. Hear, O Israel, ye have no need to fight. Stand ye still and see the salvation of the Lord. People often ask, what does it mean to stand still, to do nothing at all? Standing still means to keep your poise. I said to a man who was tense and anxious, take it easy and see the salvation of the Lord. He replied, my, that has happened to me a lot. Most people are trying too hard. They carry their burdens and fight their battles and are therefore always in a turmoil and never get what we call a demonstration. Stand aside and see the salvation of the Lord. We might paraphrase the scripture and say, hear, O Israel, you will never win this battle by fighting. Leave it entirely to me, and it will be given you. Following the magic path of intuition, you escape all complications and friction, and make a beeline to your demonstration. Remember, we are told not to despise the day of small things. It is a great mistake to think that anything is unimportant. I was going to a shop to buy 2 articles. In my vicinity are 2 shops, an expensive one and one where all things are a little cheaper. Yet the articles are exactly the same. The reasoning mind said, go to the cheaper place. Yet intuition said, go to the expensive place. Of course, I followed the magic path. I told the clerk what I wanted. He said, the 2 articles are today sold for the price of one, because they are advertising one of the products. So intuition led me to the right place and price. The difference in price was only about 50 cents, yet intuition always looks after our interests. If I had been trying to get something cheap, I would have gone to the other shop and paid twice as much. Learn from the little things, and you will be ready to handle the big things. Studying closely the scriptures, we find God's gift to man is power. The things and conditions automatically follow. God gives man power to get well. He gives man power over the elements. He gives man power to heal sickness and to cast out devils. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings and eagles, and they shall run and not be weary, and shall walk and not faint. Let us realize that this invincible power is within reach of all. Whosoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. So we find the Word links man with omnipotence. This supreme intelligence is more than equal to lifting every burden and fighting every battle. All power is given unto me to bring my heaven upon my earth. Be strong. Have faith. Faith is victory. Faith brings power. Be strong. Have faith. Fear is man's only adversary. You face defeat whenever you are fearful. Fear of lack, fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of personality, fear of criticism. Fear robs you of all power, for you have lost your contact with the universal powerhouse. Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? Fear is inverted faith. It is faith turned upside down. When you are fearful, you begin to attract the thing you fear. You are magnetizing it. You are hypnotized by the race thought when you are afraid. Daniel was undisturbed because he knew his God was stronger than the lions. His God made the lions as harmless as kittens. So walk up to your lion as quickly as possible and see for yourself. Perhaps all your life you've been running away from some particular lion. It has made your life miserable and your hair gray. A hairdresser once told me that she knew a woman whose gray hair returned to its natural color when she stopped worry. A woman said to me during an interview, "I'm not a bit fearful, yet I worry a lot." Fear and worry are twins and are the same thing. If you were fearless, your worry cells would be dried up. Why are ye worried, O ye of little faith? I think the most prevalent fear is the fear of loss. Perhaps you have everything that life can give. Yet in creeps the old lion of apprehension. You hear him growling, "It's too good to be true. It can't last." If he gets your attention, you may well worry. Many people have lost what they prized most dearly in life. That is because invariably they fear loss. The only weapon you can use against your lions is your word. Your word is your wand, filled with magic and power. You wave your wand over your lion and transmute him into a kitten. Yet the lion will remain a lion unless you walk up to him. You may well ask, how do we walk up to the lions? Moses said unto his people, "Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show to you this day, for the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you shall see no more. The Lord shall fight for you, and you shall hold your peace." What a marvelous arrangement! Infinite intelligence knows the way out. Infinite intelligence knows where the supply is for every demand. Yet we must trust it, keep our poise, and give it right of way. So many people are afraid of other people. They run away from disagreeable situations, so of course the situation runs after them. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? The 27th Psalm is one of the most triumphant psalms. It is also rhythmic and musical. The writer realized that no enemy could harm him, for the Lord was his light and his salvation. Now remember, your only enemies are within yourself. The Bible is speaking of the enemy thoughts, your doubts, fears, hates, resentments, and forebodings. Every negative situation in your life is crystallized thought. It has been built up out of your own vain imaginings. Yet these situations cannot stand the light of truth. So you face the situation fearlessly, saying, "The Lord is my light and salvation. Whom shall I fear?" Jesus Christ was the greatest of metaphysicians and gave us definite rules for controlling conditions through word and thought. "Thou hast made me wiser than mine enemies." First of all, you must be wiser than your enemy thoughts, the army of the aliens. You must answer every negative thought with a word of authority. The army of the aliens will chant, "Business is dull and money is scarce." Immediately you reply, "My supply comes from God, and now appears like mushrooms overnight." There are no hard times in the kingdom. You may have to keep this up for quite a while. Like the song of the katydids. Katy did, Katy didn't, and so on. Finally you win out, for the truth must prevail, and you have to put flight to the army of the aliens. Then when you are off your guard, the army of the aliens begins again. You're not appreciated. You'll never be a success. You answer immediately, "God appreciates me. Therefore man appreciates me. Nothing can interfere with my divine designed success." Finally, the army of the aliens is dissolved and dissipated because you do not give it your attention. You have starved the aliens out. Starve out the fear thoughts by not giving them your attention and acting your faith. The lion draws his fierceness from your fear. His roar is in the tremors of your heart. Stand still like Daniel, and you shall hear the rush of the angels sent to take your part. The mission of Jesus Christ was to wake people up. Awake, thou that sleepeth. People were asleep in the Adamic dream of opposites. Lack, loss, failure, sin, sickness, and death. seemed relations to them. The story of Adam is that he ate of the tree of illusion and fell into deep sleep. In this deep sleep, he vainly imagined good and evil. Bernard Shaw, in his book Back to Methuselah, says, Adam invented murder, birth, and death, and all negative conditions. It was the development of the reasoning mind. Of course, Adam stands for generic mind. In the Garden of Eden stage, man functioned only in the superconsciousness. Whatever he desired and required was always at hand. With the development of the reasoning mind came the fall of man. He reasoned himself into lack, limitation, and failure. He earned his bread by sweat of the brow, instead of being divinely provided for. Jesus Christ's message was to bring people back into the fourth dimension, the Garden of Eden consciousness. In the 14th chapter of John, we find the summing up of all his teachings. He called it the gospel, which means good tidings. With amazing simplicity and directness, he told the people that if they asked believing, they would receive, attributing the power always to the Father within. God is the giver, man the receiver. This supreme intelligence supplies man with all that he desires and requires. This was certainly a doctrine to wake people up. He proved his statement with miracles and wonders. One of the most dramatic miracles was the healing of the man who had been blind from birth. The opponents of Jesus questioned the man, hoping to find something against him. Yet the man would only say, "One thing I know, whereas I was blind, now I see." This is a marvelous statement to make to yourself. Whereas I was blind, now I see. Perhaps you were blind to your good, blind to your opportunities, blind to your intuitive leads, blind to appearances, mistaking friends for enemies. When you are awake to your good, you know there are no enemies, for God utilizes every person and situation for your good. Hindrances are friendly, obstacles stepping stones. One with God, you become invincible. This is a very powerful statement. God, invincible power, sweeps all before it. I ride the waves into my promised land. Riding the waves, they take you to your destination, free from the undertowing of negative thinking, which may pull you down. Your thoughts and desires are always taking you somewhere. Prentice Mulford says, the persistent purpose, that strong desire, that never-ceasing longing, it's a seed in the mind. It is rooted there. It is alive. It never stops growing. There is a wonderful law involved in it. This law, when known, followed out, and trusted, leads every individual to mighty and beautiful results. The law followed with our eyes open leads to more and more happiness in life. Yet followed blindly with our eyes shut leads to misery. This means that desire is a tremendous vibratory force and must be rightly directed. Take this statement: I only desire that which infinite intelligence desires through me. I claim that which is mine by divine right and under grace in a perfect way. You will then cease desiring the wrong things, and the right desires will take their place. Your dreary desires are answered drearily. Your impatient desires are long delayed and violently fulfilled. It is important never to lose sight of this. Many unhappy situations have been brought about through dreary and impatient desires. I will give an example of a woman who was married to a man who wanted her to go somewhere with him every evening. It wore her out, and night after night she wished impatiently that she could stay at home and read a book. The desire was so strong it commenced to bud. Her husband went off with another woman. She lost him and his support, yet she had time to stay at home and read a book. Nothing has ever come uninvited into your life. Mulford has also some interesting ideas on work. He said, to succeed in any undertaking, any art or any trade or any profession, simply keep it ever persistingly fixed in mind and an aim, and then study to make all effort toward it play or recreation. The moment it becomes hard work, we are not advancing. As I look back on my experiences in the art world, I see how true this is. From the Academy of Fine Arts in Philadelphia came 8 men, all of about the same age, who became distinguished and successful artists. They were called the Eight in contemporary art. Not one of them was ever known to work hard. They never drew from the antique. They never did anything in the academic way. They simply expressed themselves. They painted and drew because they loved it, for the fun of it. They tell an amusing story of one of them who became very well-known landscape artist, taking many medals and honorary mentions at exhibits. He had a one-man show in New York City at one of the big galleries and was seated reading a paper. An enthusiastic woman rushed up to him and said, "Can you tell me anything about the wonderful man who painted these adorable pictures?" He replied, "Sure. I'm the guy that painted the damn things. He painted for fun. He didn't care whether people liked his pictures or not. Whereas I was blind, now I can see. My right work, my perfect self-expression. Whereas I was blind, now I can see clearly and distinctly and the divine plan of my life. Whereas I was blind, now I can see that God's power is the only power and that God's plan is the only plan. The race thought is still with a belief of insecurity. Awake, thou that sleepeth. God is your eternal security of mind, body, and affairs. Let not your heart be troubled, neither be afraid. If you were wide awake to your good, you could not be troubled and fearful. Waking up to the truth that there is no loss, lack, or failure in the kingdom of reality. Loss, lack, and failure would disappear from your life. They came from your own vain imaginings. The following is an example illustrating the working of the law. A number of years ago, when I was in London, I bought a wonderful fountain pen at Asprey's. It was Japanese and was called a Namiki pen. It was quite expensive, and they gave me with it a guarantee that it would last 30 years. I was very much impressed because every summer on the 5th of August they wrote me asking how the pen was getting along. One might have thought I had bought a horse. It was no ordinary pen and was very satisfactory. I always carried it with me, and one day I lost it. I immediately commenced denying loss. I said, "There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose the pen. It will be restored to me or its equivalent." No shops that I knew of in New York City carried these pens, and London was a long way off. Yet I was charged with divine confidence. I couldn't lose the pen. One day, going along Fifth Avenue in a bus, my eye caught a sign on a shop for the fraction of a second. It seemed to stand out in the light. It read, "Oriental Craft Shop." I'd never heard of it, yet I had a strong hunch to go in and ask for a pen. I got off the bus and went into the shop and asked. The saleswoman replied, "Why, yes, we have quite an assortment. They have just been reduced to $2.50. I praised the Lord and gave thanks. I bought 3, and I told the above story at one of my meetings. They were soon sold out as people rushed to get them. This was certainly an amazing working of the law. I was wide awake to my good. I did not let any grass grow under my intuitive lead. The truth student knows he must prove the principle in his everyday affairs. Acknowledge me in all your ways, and I will direct your paths. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do, he shall also do. And greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. What wonderful faith Jesus Christ had in man! He held the vision of the race to come, the man made in God's likeness and image, imagination. And whatsoever ye shall ask in my name, that will I do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you shall ask anything in my name, I will do it. He explained to the people that they were under a system of gifts. God was the giver, man the receiver. Believest thou not that I am the Father, and the Father in me? The word that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doeth the works. He told people to seek the kingdom, the realm of the perfect ideas, where all things would be added unto them. He woke them up. Whereas I was blind, now I can see. There is nothing to fear, for there is no power in hurt. I see clearly before me the open road of fulfillment. There are no obstacles on my pathway. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hand. Thou hast put all things under his feet. Psalms 8:6. The glory of the Lord, Psalm 24. In the dictionary, I find the word glory defined as radiance, splendor. Mine eyes have seen the radiance of the Lord. That means the law in action. We cannot see God, for God is principle, power, and supreme intelligence within us. Yet, what we see are the proofs of God. Prove thou me herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open the windows of hearing and pour you out a blessing so great there be not room enough to receive it. We prove God by directing God power and trusting in it to do the work. Every time we get a demonstration, we have proved God. If you have not received the desires of your heart, you have asked amiss. That is, you have not prayed aright. You receive your answer in the same way in which you send out your demand. Your dreary desires are answered drearily. Your impatient desires are long delayed or violently fulfilled. Suppose you are resenting lack and limitation and living in poor surroundings. You say with great feeling, I want to live in a big house with beautiful surroundings. Sooner or later you may find yourself a caretaker in a big and beautiful house. Yet you have no share in this opulence. The idea came to me as I was passing Andrew Carnegie's house and grounds on Fifth Avenue. It was all closed and the entrance and windows boarded up. There was just one window open in the basement. This is where the caretaker lived. It was certainly a dreary picture. So ask or wish with praise and thanksgiving, so that you will see the glory of the law in action. All life is vibration. You combine with what you notice, or you combine with what you vibrate to. If you are vibrating to injustice and resentment, you will meet it on your pathway at every stop. You will certainly think it is a hard world and that everybody is against you. Several thousand years ago, Hermes said, to change your mood, you must change your vibrations. I make it even stronger. I say, to change your world, you must change your vibrations. Turn on a different current in your battery or thought, and you'll see the difference immediately. Suppose you've been resenting people and saying you are not appreciated. Take the statement, God appreciates me, therefore man appreciates me. I appreciate myself. Immediately you will meet with some recognition on the external. You are now a master workman, and your tools are your words. Be sure you are building constructively according to the divine plan. Judge Troward said, man is the distributor of God power. He does not create this force. We find in Hebrews, what is man that thou art mindful of him? And the Son of Man that thou visitest him? Thou madest him a little lower than the angels, and hath crowned him with the glory and honor. Thou madest him to have dominion over the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet. Thou hast put all things under our understanding. We are now coming into an understanding age. We no longer have the faith of peasants. We have understanding faith. Solomon said, with all you're getting, get understanding. Understanding of the working of spiritual law, so that we distribute this power within us in a constructive way. The law of laws is to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. For whatever you send out comes back, and what you do to others will be done to you. So the woman who refrains from criticizing saves herself from criticism. Critical people are always being criticized. They are living in that vibration. They also have rheumatism, for acid thoughts produce acid in the blood, which causes pain in the joints. I read an article in the newspaper. It said a physician had had a particular experience with one of his patients. The woman had boils every time her mother-in-law paid her a visit. There is nothing peculiar in this, as she was boiling within. How many times we have heard people say they were in a boiling rage. So the boils appeared on her body. This does not include all mother-in-laws. I have known some very wonderful ones. who have brought only peace and harmony with them. Skin trouble shows that someone has got under your skin. You have been irritated or angered. Here we see again that man gives direction to this God power through himself. Vibrative to this power, all things are under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, the beasts of the field, the fowl of the air, and the fish of the sea, whatsoever passes through the path of the seas. What a picture of power and dominion for man! Man has power and dominion over the elements. We should be able to rebuke the wind and the waves. We should be able to put an end to drought. I read in the paper that the people in a certain drought district were requested not to sing, "It ain't gonna rain no more, no more." Knowing something of metaphysics, they realized the power of negative words. They felt it had something to do with the drought. We should be able to stop floods and epidemics, for man is given power and dominion over all created things. Every time we get a demonstration, we are proving our power and dominion. We must be lifted up in consciousness for the King of Glory to come in. As we read the statement, "If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light," we seem flooded with an inner radiance. The single eye means to see good only, to be undisturbed by appearances of evil. As Jesus Christ said, "Judge not by appearances, judge righteousness, right judgment." There is an occult law of indifference. Jesus Christ knew this law. None of these things move me. None of these things disturb me. We might say in our modern language, selfishness and personal will bring defeat and failure. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who built it. The imaging faculty is a creative faculty, and your fear pictures will appear on the external, the result of your own distorted imagination. With the single eye, man sees only truth. He sees through evil, knowing out of it comes good. He transmutes injustice into justice, disarms his seeming enemies by sending goodwill. He is now backed by unnumbered hosts of power, for the single eye sees only victory. We read in mythology of the Cyclops, a race of giants said to have inhabited Sicily. These giants had only one eye in the middle of the forehead. The seat of the imagining faculty is situated in the forehead, between the eyes. So these fabled giants came from this idea. You are indeed a giant when you have the single eye. Jesus Christ, the greatest of all teachers, reiterated, "Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of your salvation." A few days ago, I saw a motion picture which showed the futility of trying to live in or bring back the past. It is a French picture and is called "Life Dances On." It is the story of a woman who, when 16, had gone to her first ball. She is now a widow of about 35. She had married for money and had never known happiness. When burning old papers, she came across a faded dance program. On it were the names of 6 men she had danced with at the ball. Each had sworn to love her all his life. As she sits with the program in her hands, the memory of the ball is pictured on the screen, a screen of loveliness, the dancers almost floating to the strains of the entranced waltz. Her life is now empty, and she decides to recover her lost youth by finding out what has become to the men whose names were on the program. A friend is with her, says, "You cannot recapture your lost youth. If you go back, you lose the things of today." However, she goes in search of them, and with all comes disillusion. One did not remember her at all. When she said, "Don't you remember me? I am Christine," he replied, "Christine who?" Some of them were living sordid lives. At last she returns to the town of her girlhood, where the 5th man lived. He had become a hairdresser. He talks to her gaily of old times, while he gives her a permanent wave. He says, "I don't suppose you remember that first ball. It was right here in this town, and tonight there will be a dance in the same place. Do come with me. It will remind you of the old days." She goes to the ball. Everything looks cheap. Unattractive, badly dressed people are on the dance floor. She requests the orchestra to play her waltz, the waltz of her lost youth. Her escort tells her the others won't like such an old-fashioned waltz. However, they play it. The contrast is too much. All her illusions have vanished. She realizes the ball she remembers never really existed the way she thought it did. It was only an illusion of the past. She could not recapture her past. It had been said that 2 robbers on the cross stood for the robbers of time. One spoke of the past and one of the future. And Jesus Christ replied, "Now is the appointed time. Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." In the old Sanskrit poem we are told, "Look well, therefore, to the day. Such is the salutation of the dawn. All worry and fear are robbers of time." The occult law underlying indifference is one of the most profound, for it contains the attainment of a state of consciousness in which the outer world of sensation has no influence upon the action of the mind, and it can therefore be in complete at-one-ment with divine mind. Most people's lives are a succession of disturbances, lack, loss, limitation. Mother-in-law, landlords, doubts, debts, injustice. This world was popularly known as the Vale of Tears. People were all mixed up in their own affairs, fighting their battles and carrying their burdens. If a man judges by appearances, he finds himself in an arena most of the time. The arena, adverse conditions, and facing lines of lack and limitations. If thine eye be evil, if you are imaging adverse conditions, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? The light of the body is the inner eye, or the imaging faculty. If therefore thine eye be single, you are seeing only one power, one plan, and one planner. Your body and affairs will be full of light. See yourself daily bathed in the light of Christ. This inner radiance is invincible power, dissolves anything not divinely planned. It dissolves all appearance of disease, lack, loss, limitation. It dissolves adverse conditions or any weapon that is formed against you. We have always at our command this light when your eye is single. We should learn to turn on this light with the same assurance with which we turn on the electric light. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all right things shall be added unto you. The Chinese proverb says, "The philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor." So leave the plan of your life to the divine planner, and you will find all conditions permanently perfect. Peace and prosperity. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. In this statement from the 122nd Psalm, we find that peace and prosperity go hand in hand. People who are manifesting the appearance of lack are in a state of fear and confusion. They are not wide awake to their good and miss leads and opportunities. A peaceful person is a wide awake person. He sees clearly and acts quickly. He never misses a trick. I have seen people discordant and unhappy change completely. I will give an example in order to prove the working of the law. A woman came to me in a state of abject sorrow. She looked the part. Her eyes were blurred with constant weeping. Her face was haggard and drawn. The man she loved had left her, and she was certainly the most demagnetized creature I had ever seen. I noticed the shape of her face, large eyes, far apart, and a pointed chin. For many years I was an artist, and I had got into the habit of looking at people from an artist's standpoint. As I looked at this forlorn creature, I thought her face was a modeling of Botticelli. I often see Rembrandt's Sir Joshua Reynolds. In people I meet, I spoke the word for this woman and gave her my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. A week or two afterwards, in walked a very dashing person. Her eyes were beautiful, and she was very pretty. I thought her face the modeling of Botticelli. Suddenly I realized it was the same woman. She was happy and carefree. What had happened? Our talk in the book had brought her peace. Peace be within your walls. Your walls are your consciousness. Jesus Christ emphasized peace and rest. Come to me, all ye that were weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest. He was speaking of the Christ within, your superconscious mind, and where there are no burdens and no battles. The doubts and the fears and negative pictures are in the subconscious. When I was returning from California some years ago, I flew in an airplane. In the high altitudes, I had a queer, detached feeling. In the high altitudes, we are at peace with ourselves and with the whole world. In the high altitudes, the fields are always white with harvest. Only the emotions keep you from reaping your harvest of success, happiness, and abundance. We read in the Bible, "I will restore to you the years the locust had eaten." We might well paraphrase it and say, "I will restore to you the years the emotions have ruined." People are rocked with doubts and fears, bringing failure, unhappiness, and disease. I read in a daily paper that laws of the mind are being generally recognized and understood. It has been found that the fear of failure is the greatest of all fears. At least 75% of those examined psychologically had fear of failure. Of course, this may refer to failure of health, failure in business, finances, love, success, etc. Other important fears are fear of the dark, fear of being alone, fear of animals. Some people fear they will be misunderstood, while others fear they are losing mental control. Constant and continual fear affects the glands, interferes with digestion, and is usually associated with distressing nervous symptoms. It robs the body of health and destroys happiness. Fear is man's worst enemy, for you attract what you fear. It is faith turned upside down. It is really faith in evil instead of faith in good. Why are you fearful, O ye of little faith? The fearless, unfettered mind attracts to itself all good. Whatever you desire or require is already on your pathway. Before you call, I have answered. Suppose we paraphrase the scripture and say, whatever you desire or require is already planted on your pathway. Often a new word will give you a sudden realization. If you are in need of any information, it will be given you. A friend told me of the surprising working of the law. She was translating an old Italian manuscript on the life of an early Persian ruler. No books in English had been written on the subject. She wondered why the publishers were holding back its publication. One day she was eating her dinner at the automat and fell into a conversation with a man at the same table. She told him of the work she was doing and of the translation of the early Italian manuscript. He suddenly volunteered the information. You'll have a hard time getting it published because the Persian ruler's ideas conflict with the ideas of the present government. He was a student and scholar and knew more than she did on the subject. Her question was answered at the automat. Such information could unusually be gleaned only in the archives of some public library. God works in unexpected places, his wonders to perform. She had worried about it, yet she was peaceful and happy and unconcerned, and information sailed in over a calm sea. Our feet shall stand within thy gates, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem stands for peace, and the feet for understanding. So understanding always brings us within the gates of peace. How can a person attain peace when his whole life is in turmoil? By taking an affirmation. You cannot control your thought, yet you can control your words, and eventually, word wins out. Most people have attracted inharmonious conditions because they have been fighting their battles and carrying their burdens. We must learn to get out of God's way so that he can harmonize or adjust the situation. The word harmonize is a very good one, for I have seen crooked places made straight and adjustments made that no human mind could have thought of. All that the kingdom affords is yours if you will give infinite intelligence right of way, for it has already supplied a lavish supply for every demand. But it must be fully trusted. If you doubt or fear, you lose your contract with this supreme force. So if you are filled with doubts and fears, it is necessary to do something to show your faith. Faith without works or action is dead. Active faith impresses the subconscious with expectance, and you keep your contract with universal intelligence. Just as Wall Street watches the market, we must watch our faith market. Often the faith market is down. Sometimes it goes down and down until a crash comes, some unhappy situation which we could have prevented. We realize we followed reason instead of intuition. A woman told me how she had several definite leads not to follow a certain course. In spite of that, she followed the reasoning mind, and great unhappiness developed from it. Intuition is her unerring guide. Practice following it in little things. Then you will trust it in big things. I have a friend who is very intuitive. She sometimes calls up and says, "I've just had a hunch to call you up, so I thought I would find out what it's about." Invariably, I have some mission for her. We are indeed living magic lives, guided, protected, and provided for. All fear would be banished forever with the realization of this amazing system the universal has provided for man. He would be unmoved by adverse appearances, knowing, as the early Hebrews knew, that Jehovah goes before and every battle is won. A friend told me a very interesting story. A man in the paper business in Kalamazoo, Michigan, has given away 1,000 of my books to his employees. He went into business on a small capital and gave up cold judgment and reasoning. He has built up a $12 million business by following leads and hunches. All his workers have the knowledge of the metaphysical law. Another man who built his business upon the law of giving and receiving met with the same amazing success. He came to Philadelphia with a little money and bought a magazine, an old publication. His desire was to give the people a great deal for a very small price. He believed in the law of giving. It proved to be one of the most popular magazines. He gave the public the best in the way of stories and illustrations and paid well for them. The more he gave, the more he received. Millions poured in. Peace be within thy walls, and prosperity within thy palaces. Great peace have they that love thy law, and nothing shall offend them. This law is the law of non-resistance. Resist not evil. Overcome evil with good. Transmute all failure into success, lack into plenty, and discord into peace. Your big opportunity. You have only one judge, your word. Jesus Christ said, "I say unto you that every idle word that man shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy word thou shalt be justified, and by thy word thou shalt be condemned." Every day is a day of judgment. We used to be taught that it would be at the end of the world. Look back in your life and see how you have attracted earlier happiness or disaster through your words. The subconscious has no sense of humor. People joke destructively about themselves, and subconscious takes it seriously. It is because the mental picture you make while speaking impresses the subconscious and works out on the external. A person who knows the power of the word becomes very careful with his conversation. He has only to watch the reaction of his word to know that they do not return void. People make their worst mistakes by speaking while they are angry or resentful, because there is so much ill feeling back of their words. Owing to the vibratory power of words, what you voice you begin to attract. People who continually speak of disease invariably attract disease. Invisible forces are ever working for man, who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. We read in the Bible, life and death are in the power of the tongue. Yet most people are speaking destructively. From morning until night. It is because they have formed a habit of criticism, condemnation, complaint, and are eager to tell you of their misfortunes and how mean all their relatives are. They wear their friends out, and people avoid them. They are talking themselves into a flock of troubles. Now that we know the power of the word, why not take advantage of it? We take advantage of the radio, the telephone, the airplanes, but live with the mound builders in conversation. Science and religion are now coming together. Science is discovering the power within the atom. Metaphysics teaches the power within thoughts and words. We are dealing with dynamite when we deal with words. Think of the power of the word in healing. A word is spoken, and chemical change takes place in the body. One of my friends was seriously ill. The doctor said she had chronic bronchitis and was on the verge of pneumonia. Her daughters and the doctor rushed her to bed, and she had a nurse, but weeks passed and there was no improvement. She was a truth student, yet for over a year had not attended any meetings, nor has she kept up with her reading. One morning she telephoned me and said, "Please speak the word and get me out of this. I can't stand it any more. I'm not sick. I'm just disgusted. So much negative taught and thought have almost floored me." Through the spoken word and her affirmation of truth, immediately there was a change for the better. She had a strong hunch to go out and was told it would be dangerous. Yet, by the time she was following divine guidance, she went out and called on me and said she was going to attend a luncheon the next day. What had happened? The words of truth were making a change in her mind, and a chemical change was taking place in her body. We are told that if we believe, never doubting, we can say to the mountain, "Be thou removed," and it would disappear into the sea. The inexhaustible energy in man is released by goodwill. A man free from fear, undisturbed by appearances, sending goodwill to men and nations, could say to these mountains of hate and war, "Be thou removed," and they would return to their native nothingness. Resentment and intolerance rob man of his power. We should have signs in the subways and shops, "Watch your thoughts, watch your words." Let us now be careful in directing the dynamic force within us. Let us direct it to heal, bless, and prosper, and direct it in waves of good, and to the whole world. It goes out a mighty force, yet noiseless. Thought, the strongest power in the universe, is without sound. Your goodwill sweeps all obstacles from our pathway, and your heart's desire is released for you. What is really yours? The answer is, all that the kingdom affords is yours. Every righteous desire of the heart is promised you. There are 3,000 promises in the Bible, yet these gifts can come to us only if we believe them possible. For everything comes through you, not to you. All life is vibration. Feel rich, and you attract riches. Feel successful, and you become successful. I knew of a small boy who was born in a little country town with no advantages, yet he also felt successful. He had a conviction that when he grew up, he would be a big artist. No one could discourage him because he was success. He had only success thoughts. He radiated success. At an early age, he left the small town and went to a big city, and to support himself, he got a position as a newspaper artist on a daily paper. All this without previous preparation. It never occurred to him that it could not be done. He went to an art school and immediately became a shining light. He never studied in an academic way. Whatever he once saw, he remembered. In a few years, he went to a still larger city and became a well-known artist. This success came to him because he was always seeing success. "I will give to you the land that thou seest." The children of Israel were told that they could have all the land that they could see. The Bible is a metaphysical book and is speaking to the individual. This minute, it says to each one of us, "I will give to you the land that thou seest." So what are you seeing with your inner eye? What pictures are you inviting into your life? The imaging faculty has been called the scissors of the mind. If you have failure thoughts, reverse those thoughts with a success thought. This sounds easy enough to do, yet when a failure thought has become a habit, it takes eternal vigilance to dissolve it. That is when a powerful affirmation is needed. You cannot always control your thought, yet you can control your word. And eventually, the word impresses the subconscious and wins out. If you are in a negative state of mind, just take the statement, "I look with wonder at that which is before me." It creates an expectancy of something wonderful, and something wonderful will come to you. Cultivate the feeling that miracles and wonders are coming to pass. Cultivate a success expectancy. Very few people bring into life what is rightfully theirs. They live on the outskirts of their heart's desire. It always seems too good to be true. To the person spiritually awake, nothing is too good to be true. If you want to hear people talking who are still asleep in the Adamic dream, go to a hairdresser's establishment. The Adamic dream is the illusion of opposites. Adam fell into the deep sleep, having eaten of the tree of illusion. Of course, Adam stands for generic man, the race man. The race man vainly imagines loss, lack, failure, sin, sickness, and death. The awakened man knows only one power, God, and one condition, good. Now we will return to the beauty parlor. The following is an exact quotation and a good example of what one hears. A woman sat down near me and said in a loud voice, "This place is too warm. Turn something on or open something." The attendant said to her, "How are you feeling today, Mrs. S?" She replied, with a heavy sigh, "Oh, I'm pretty well, but I have a hard time keeping well." To the manicurist she said, "Why don't you wear glasses?" The girl replied, "I don't need glasses. Why should I wear them?" The woman replied, "Because everybody wears them." You'll find there is something wrong with your eyes if you have them examined. When she finally leaves, they all feel limp and wonder if they are really well or only seem to be well. She leaves a trail of apprehension and gloom. This is a sample of what one hears from nearly every booth, the way most people talk. It is appalling when one knows the power of the word and what they are attracting, for they are nearly all describing illness or operations. You combine with what you notice. So do not describe anything destructive, for you begin to combine with it. What is really yours, the blessings you bring to yourself through your spoken or silent word, the things you see with your inner eye. Only your doubts, fears, and resentments keep your good from you. If you hate or resent a situation, you have fastened it to you, for you attract what you fear or dislike. For example, someone has been unjust to you, and you are filled with wrath and resentment. You cannot forgive that person. Time rolls on, and another person does the same thing. It is because you have a picture of injustice engraved in your subconscious. History will repeat itself until you think you are cured with misfortune and injustice. There is only one way to neutralize it. Be absolute, undisturbed by injustice, and send goodwill to all concerned. My goodwill is a strong tower round about me. I now transmute all enemies into friends, all inharmonies into harmony, all injustice into justice. You will be amazed at the working of the law. One student brought harmony out of chaos in her business affairs by that statement. Do not look back and hash over hard times, or you will be drawn back into those conditions. Give thanks for the dawn of the new day. You must be immune to all discouragement and adverse appearances. All that you desire or require is already on your pathway. Yet you must be wide awake to your good to bring it into manifestation. After making statements of truth, you suddenly have a flash of realization. You suddenly feel yourself in a new environment. You feel old negative conditions falling away. I once said to a woman, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and you enter your promised land under grace." She said she had a sudden flash of a wall crumbling away, and that she stepped over it. Soon after that, the change came, and she really did enter her promised land of plenty. I knew a woman whose daughter's desire was a home and a husband. In her early youth, she had had a broken engagement. Whenever a possible marriage appeared on the horizon, she became frantic with fear and apprehension, picturing vividly another disappointment, and she had several. Her mother came to me to speak the word for her right marriage, divinely designed, which could not be interfered with. During the interview, the mother said continually, "Poor Nellie, poor Nellie." I said, "Do not call your daughter poor Nellie again. You are helping her to be demagnetized. Call her lucky Nellie, fortunate Nellie, great Nellie, for you must have faith that God now gives her the desires of her heart." The mother and daughter persisted in making their affirmations. She has now fulfilled her destiny, for she is Mrs. Nellie, the demon of fear dissolved forever. There are wonderful statements in the Bible referring to the breaking down of negative thought forms. The power of the Spirit is mighty, even unto the pulling down of the strongholds. The human mind is helpless to cope with these negative thoughts. The victory is won by the God within, the superconscious mind. Brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, Whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and there be any praise, think on these things. Philippians 4:8. If people obeyed this, general conversation would come to a standstill for a while, until people learned to talk about constructive things. In nothing be anxious. All through the Bible we are told not to be anxious, not to be fearful, not to hoard or save, because an invincible, invisible power is at man's command to supply every need. Yet we are told that it would not work unless we believed in it. If thou canst believe in this God power, all things are then possible. It is difficult for man to believe in this power because he has a right training in unbelief. I'll believe only what I can see was supposed to be the height of wisdom. We lived in a world of externals, where we thought everything just happened. We did not know that back of every happening was a cause, that we ourselves started in motion, the machinery which produced good or evil in our pathway. We did not know that words and thoughts are the form of dynamite, and should be handled carefully with wisdom and understanding. We hurled out into the ethers words of anger, resentment, or self-pity, then wondered why life was so hard. Why not experiment with faith? Trust this invisible God power, and nothing be anxious. Yet in everything by prayer and thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God. Could anything be more simple or direct? Anxiety and habit have become habits. The old thought forms we have built up in the subconscious hang on like barnacles on an ocean liner. Yet the ocean liner is put in dry dock once in a while to have the barnacles scraped off. So your mental barnacles will have to go through the same process. The dry dock is a big situation. I know of a woman who had been a coward all her life, particularly about finances. She worried all the time about money. She came into this truth, realized how she had limited herself, and suddenly made the giant swing into faith. She commenced to trust God and not the external for her supply. She followed her intuitive leads after spending. If any of her clothes made her feel poor, she would discard them at once, getting something new to make her feel rich. She had very little money, yet gave 1/10 to tithe and for good works. She was winding herself up in a new vibration. Very soon things commenced to change on the external. A woman on whom she had no claim, who was merely an old friend of her family, left her $1,000. A few months later, another 1,000 came in. Then a big door opened for her supply, and many thousands came in. She had tapped her invisible supply from the bank of the universal. She had looked to God only for her supply. Then the channels opened. The point I am bringing out is that she had lost all anxiety about money matters. She had established in her subconscious the firm conviction that her supply came from God, and it never failed. Man is an instrument of infinite intelligence to work through. It will express through him as success, happiness, abundance, health, and perfect self-expression, unless fear and anxiety make a short circuit. If we want examples of fearless faith, go to the circus. The circus people perform seemingly impossible feats because they think they can, and see themselves doing it. Faith means that you can see yourself receiving all these things that you desire. I will give to thee the land that thou seest. You can never do a thing that you cannot see yourself doing, or fill a place you cannot see yourself filling. Not visualizing, making a mental picture, this is a mental process and often brings wrong and limited results. It must be a spiritualized realization, a feeling that you are already there. Be in its vibration. I was very much impressed with the story of a great football player who was the greatest all-around athlete in the world, who trained in a hammock. One day he was lying there, drowning in the sun, and the trainer came up to him with tears streaming down his face and said, "Jim, for the love of Mike and your country, won't you get up and out of that hammock and do something?" Jim opened one eye and said, "I was just thinking about that. I was going to send for you." "Good," said the trainer. "What do you want me to do?" "First," said Jim, "I want you to mark off 25 feet there on the ground." The trainer did so. "Then what?" said the trainer. "That's all," said Jim, and he closed his eyes and swung happily. After at least 5 minutes he opened them and looked at the marks for a few seconds, and then closed his eyes again. "What's the idea?" yelled the trainer. "What are you doing?" Jim looked at him reproachfully and replied, "I'm practicing the broad jump." He did all his training in a hammock, seeing himself doing the broad jump. Without the vision, my people perish in lack and limitation. You may work very hard on the external and accomplish nothing. If you were without vision, vision means to see clearly where you are going, to keep your eye on the goal. All men who have accomplished big things have done this. James J. Hill, who built the Great Northern Railroad, said before a rail was laid, he heard with his inner ear the rumble of the trains and whistle of the engines. He had many obstacles to overcome, yet his vision was so clear it possessed him. One thing in his favor was that his wife believed in him. It is said that it takes two to make a dream come true. Henry Ford, speaking of his mother-in-law, said she was a fine woman. She believed in me. When two of you agree, it shall be done. If you believe in yourself, others will believe in you. As you believe in yourself and the God power within, fear and anxiety drop away. You establish the vibration of assurance. This is true of an intuitive person. Every move is made under divine guidance, and he never violates a hunch. Therefore, he is always in the right place at the right time. However, it often takes great courage to follow intuition. It takes a Viking who is unafraid to sail in unknown seas. Claude Bragdon says, "To live intuitively is to live fourth-dimensionally. The magic path leads you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. It is invaluable in business. Never submit a hunch to someone on the reasoning plane. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear their intuitive leads and give instant obedience. Whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it to thee." This is true for each one. Yet, if we do not receive all the blessings of life, we have neglected to ask, or have not asked aright. The Bible is teaching spiritual law, and we must study and use it from every angle in order to set the great machinery of asking and receiving in motion. Every machine must be greased and oiled to be kept in good working condition. Active faith and expectancy keep the machine of asking and receiving in perfect order. The following are some of the lubrications which keep it working. When we pray, we believe we have it. In nothing be anxious. Stand ye still and see the salvation of the Lord. Do not limit the Holy One of Israel. Realization is manifestation. Pray with praise and thanksgiving. Some people pray filled with anger and resentment. A woman wrote to me the other day saying, "I have just had a good talk with God, and I told him just what he ought to do about it." She was in the habit of ordering people around and looked upon God as someone she could bully into doing something for her. God is the supreme intelligence within each one of us, and we are the channels for it to express itself. We must be non-resistant, poised, and peaceful, expecting our good to come to pass. We are the receivers, God is the giver, and he must create his own channels. We find there is quite an art of praying aright. God must have right away, his way, not your way. The moment you make your demand, infinite intelligence knows the way of fulfillment. If you decide how your prayer shall be answered, you have blocked the divinely designed channel. Then you are apt to say, "I never have my prayers answered." We must acquire a technique and send out a sincere desire, which is a prayer. We are free from all clutch or anxiety when we say, "If this is according to the divine plan, we will receive it. If not, give us its equivalent." Be careful not to force anything not divinely planned. We must know that linked with God's power, nothing can defeat us. God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. Two of the most beautiful psalms are the 23rd and the 121st. Both give one a feeling of absolute security and were written by a man who had experienced the working of spiritual law. The God within protects, guides, and provides when fully trusted. Most people lose what they love most through fear of loss. They take every precaution on the external, not trusting the protection of the eye which watches over Israel. Put whatever you love under the law of divine protection. The most important part of demonstrating is showing fearless faith. I will go before thee and make the crooked path straight. I will break in pieces the gates of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron. The Bible is talking about states of consciousness. The gates of brass, the bars of iron are doubts, fears, resentments, and anxieties. The gates of brass and bars of iron are our own making and come from our own vain imaginings. A belief in evil. There is a story of a herd of wild elephants. They were corralled in an enclosure, yet the men had no way of keeping them in. So they dug stakes and put a rope all around the enclosure. The elephants thought they could not get out. They could have just walked over the rope and stepped out. Yet they had the illusion that the rope kept them in. This is the way with people. Doubt and fear is a rope stretched around their consciousness. It makes it impossible for them to walk out into clear thinking. Clear vision is like a man with a compass. He knows where he is going. Let intuition be your compass, and it will always get you out of the woods. Even a man without a compass, led by intuition, could find his way out of the jungle, or be able to steer a ship at sea. Intuition will tell you to walk over the rope. It is amazing how people have overlooked their most important faculty, intuition. Always on man's path is his message or lead. Often our leads seem trivial and silly. A person purely on the intellectual plane would dismiss them at once, but the truth student always has his spiritual ear to the spiritual ground, knowing he is receiving orders from the infinite. The Bible speaks often of the still, small voice. It is a voice which is not an actual voice, though sometimes actual words are registered on the inner ear. When we ask for guidance and lay aside the reasoning mind, we are tapping the universal supply of all knowledge. Anything necessary for you to know will be revealed to you. Some people are naturally intuitive and are always in contact with the universal intelligence, yet by taking an affirmation, we make a conscious contact. Prayer is telephoning God, and intuition is God telephoning you. Many people have a busy wire when God telephones, and they don't get the message. Your wire is busy when you are discouraged, angry, resentful. You've heard the expression, I was so mad I couldn't see straight. We might add, I was so mad I couldn't hear straight. Your negative emotions drown out the voice of intuition. When you are discouraged, angry, or resentful, it is time to make a statement of truth in order to get out of the woods of despair and limitation. For whosoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. There is a way out. Reveal to me the way. We must stop planning, plotting, scheming, and let infinite intelligence solve the problem in its own way. God power is subtle, silent, and irresistible. It levels mountains and fills in valleys and knows no defeat. Our part is to prepare for our blessings and follow our intuitive leads. We now give infinite intelligence right of way. Fearlessness. Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? All through the Bible, man is told not to be afraid. Fear is man's only enemy. It is faith turned upside down. Jesus Christ said, Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith? If you can only believe, all things are possible. Linked with God power, man is invincible. The story of Jehoshaphat is the story of the individual. So often he seems outnumbered by adverse appearances, yet he hears the same voice of the infinite saying, Be not afraid or dismayed by reason of this great multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. Jehoshaphat and his army were even told that they would not need to fight the battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord. For the battle was God's, not theirs. Jehoshaphat appointed singers unto the Lord to praise the beauty of holiness, as they went out before the army, saying, Praise the Lord, for his mercy endureth forever. When they came toward the watchtower in the wilderness, they looked toward the multitude, and behold, they were dead. The enemy had destroyed itself. There was nothing to fight. The Bible is talking about states of consciousness. Your enemies are your doubts and your fears, your criticisms and your resentments. Every negative thought is an enemy. You may be outnumbered by adverse appearances, yet be not afraid or dismayed by reasons of this great multitude, for the battle is not yours, but God's. As we follow closely the story of Jehoshaphat, we see he advanced, making an affirmation. Praise the Lord, his mercy endureth forever. He had nothing to say about the enemy or his own lack of strength. He was giving the Lord his full attention. And when he commenced to sing and praise, the Lord placed ambushment against his enemies, and they were smitten. When you make your statements of truth, your enemy thoughts are vanquished, dissolved, and dissipated. Therefore all adverse appearances disappear. When Jehoshaphat and his army came toward the watchtower in the wilderness, they looked into the multitude, and behold, they were dead. The watchtower in the wilderness is your high state of consciousness, your fearless faith, your place of safety. There you rise above all adverse conditions, and God's battle is won. When Jehoshaphat and his people came to take away the spoils of the enemy, they found among them both riches and precious jewels, more than they could carry away, and there were 3 days in gathering of the spoils. It was so much. That means when you let God fight the battle for you, great blessings come out of every adverse situation. For thy God will turn the curse into a blessing, for the Lord thy God loveth thee. The ingenuity of the Spirit is amazing. It is pure intelligence and brooks no interference with its plans. It is very difficult for the average person to stand still, which means keep your poise and let infinite intelligence run the situation. People like to rush into the battle and try to manage things themselves, which brings defeat and failure. We shall not need to fight this battle. Set yourselves, stand ye still, and see the salvation of the Lord be with you. Tomorrow go out again against them, for the Lord will be with you. That means not to run away from the situation. Walk up fearlessly and face the lion on your pathway, and the lion turns into an Airedale. The lion takes his fierceness from your fear. A great poet has said, courage has genius, magic, and power in it. Daniel was unafraid of the lion's mouth, and the lions' mouths were closed. King Darius called to Daniel while he was yet in the lion's den, asking him if God could save him from the lions, and Daniel answered, O king, live forever. My God hath sent his angels and shut the lions' mouths, and they have not hurt me. We have in this story the subdued attitude of the lions as a result of spiritual power. The entire group changed from ferocity to docility, and Daniel looking away from the beasts to the light and might of spirit, which saved him completely from the lions. Scarcely a day passes without some sort of lion appearing on man's pathway, the lions of lack, limitation, fear, injustice, dread, or forebodings. Immediately walk up to the situation of which you are afraid. If you run away from it, it will always be right at your heels. Many people lose the things they prize or love because they are continually fearing their loss. They do everything possible on the external to ensure protection. Yet back of it is all the devastating picture of fear. In order to hold the things you prize and love, you must know that they are divinely protected. Therefore nothing can harm them. I give the example of a woman who was very fond of a man who was good-looking and popular with women. She decided to prevent his meeting one particular woman of her acquaintance because she was sure the woman would make every effort to cut her out, to use a slang expression. One evening she went to the theater, and there he was with the woman. They had met at a card party. Her fears had actually attracted the situation. I knew a woman who had 7 children. She knew they were all divinely protected, and they all grew up safe and sound. One day a neighbor rushed in and said, "You had better call your children. They are all climbing up and down trees. They are going to kill themselves." My friend replied, "Oh, they're only playing tree tag." Don't look at them and nothing will happen. Like Daniel, she turned her back to the situation and let God take care of it. The average person is a resenter, a resistor, a regretter. They resent people they know and people they don't know. They resist everything from daylight savings up. They regret what they did or what they didn't do. It is very wearing to be with these people. They exhaust all their friends. It is because they are not living in the wonderful now and are losing all the tricks in the game of life. It is heaven to be unafraid and to live fully in the now. That is, to be fearless in using what we have, knowing back of us is the abundance of the spheres to draw upon. We know that fearless faith and spoken word release this supply. The power of the word was known in Egypt thousands of years ago. We read in the Bible, "Behold, I make all things new." By our words of truth, we can make new our minds, bodies, and affairs. When all fear is obliterated, we live magic lives. Like Jehoshaphat, we go forward fearlessly singing, "Praise the Lord, his mercy endureth forever." In our watchtower of high consciousness, we stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Christianity is founded on faith. Faith gives one a sublime assurance of one's good. One may be surrounded by adverse appearances, yet the sublime assurance impresses the subconscious mind, and a way opens for the manifestation of health, wealth, and happiness. There is an endless, invisible supply for every man. Before we called, we were answered. This supply is waiting to be released by faith and the spoken word. We find that Jesus Christ taught an exact science. At the World's Fair, there was a panorama of New York City in the Edison building. At dusk, when the city was being lighted up, the building showed a myriad of lights. The man explaining the exhibit said, "The city is lighted by power of electricity at the turn of a switch, the turn of a hand." Edison was the man who had faith in the laws of electricity. He knew what could be done with it if it were harnessed and directed. It seemed to have intelligence of its own. He created a dynamo through which it would work. After years of practice and loving absorption in his work, now this power lights the world, for it is harnessed and directed. Jesus Christ taught man to harness and direct thought. He knew that fear was as dangerous as uncontrolled electrical forces. Words and thoughts must be handled with wisdom and understanding. The imagination is man's workshop, and an imagination running wild and building up fear pictures is just about as safe as riding a bucking bronco. We were born and brought up in an age of doubt and fear. We were told that the age of miracles was over and to expect the worst. An optimistic person was laughed at. A bright remark was, "A pessimist is a person who lives with an optimist." "Eat the speckled apple first" was thought the height of wisdom. They did not seem to realize that by following this advice they would never catch up with the good apples, for they would be speckled too by the time they were reached. What a beautiful world this would be if all anxiety and fear were blotted out. These twins, anxiety and worry, have made men slaves and are destroyers of health, wealth, and happiness. There is only one way of getting rid of fear, and that is to transmute it into faith, for fear is the opposite of faith. "Why are you fearful, O ye of little faith?" These words ring down through the centuries. Jesus Christ taught that the Father within me could be absolutely trusted to guide, protect, and to provide when man believes it possible. Jesus Christ demonstrated this, God power over and over again, in order to convince his followers. Out of the continual supply he brought the loaves and fishes. He raised the dead and took money from the fishes' mouths. He told them, "Greater things shall you do, for I am going." We know he was teaching an exact science, the science of mind, the power of thought, the power of word. We must have faith, for faith registers the idea in the subconscious mind. When idea is once registered in the subconscious, it must objectify. That is the reason Jesus Christ told people that if they believed, which is having faith, all things were possible. How are we to get rid of this anxiety? which we might call anti-faith. The only way to neutralize it is to walk up to the thing we are afraid of. There was a man who had lost all his money. He was living in very poor quarters, and all people around him were poor. He was afraid to spend the little he had. All he had was about $5. He had tried to get work, yet everyone had turned him down. He awoke one morning to face another day of lack and disappointment, when the idea, or hunch, came to him to go to the horse show. It took about all he had, but he was fired with the idea of being with the rich and successful people again. He was tired of his limited surroundings. He fearlessly spent the money for a ticket to the horse show. There he met an old friend who said, "Hello, Jim. Where have you been all this time?" Before the show was over, the old friend gave him a wonderful position in his firm. His hunch and fearless attitude toward money had put him in a new vibration of success. Form the habit of making giant swings into faith. You will receive marvelous returns. As has already been noted, we look with amazement at the people in the circus performing their remarkable feats. These people have the faith that they can perform these acts and see themselves doing them. You cannot accomplish anything you cannot see yourself accomplishing. These difficult feats are all a matter of poise and balance. Your success and happiness depends upon your poise and balance. Trusting God is like walking a slack wire. Doubt and fear cause you to lose your balance and fall off into lack and limitation. Like the circus performer, it takes practice. No matter how many times you fail, try again. Soon you will acquire the habit of poise and balance. Then the world is yours. You will walk joyfully into your kingdom. The circus performers all seem to love their work, no matter how difficult. The band plays, the people applaud, and they smile. Yet remember, they were trained without the music and the applause. Rhythm, harmony, and balance are the keys to success and happiness. When you are out of rhythm, you are out of luck. In the 4th chapter of Philippians we read, "Be careful, or anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God." This is certainly a wonderful arrangement, all in favor of man. Man, free from worry and fear, asks with thanksgiving, and his good is given him. Victory and fulfillment. Victory and fulfillment are two wonderful words, and since we realize that words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity, we carefully choose the words we wish to see crystallized. Life is a crossword puzzle. The right word gives you the answer. Many people are rattling off destructive words in their conversation. We hear them say, "I'm broke, I'm sick." Remember, by your words you are justified, and by your words you are condemned. You are condemned by them because they do not return void. Change your words, and you change your world, for your word is your world. You choose your food, and the world is now calorie conscious. People no longer eat buckwheat cakes, beefsteak, potatoes, pie, or 3 cups of coffee for breakfast. To keep down weight, they eat dry toast and orange juice. This is tremendous discipline. Yet, they are working for results. Why not try a diet of right words? For you are literally eating your words. That is the value of the affirmation. You are deliberately building up a constructive idea in your consciousness. Your consciousness may be crammed and jammed with destructive ideas, yet continually making a statement of truth will dissolve these negative thought forms. These thought forms have been built up from your own vain imaginings. Perhaps as a child you were taught that life was hard, happiness fleeting, and that the world was cold and unfriendly. These ideas were impressed upon your subconscious, and you found things just as they were prescribed. With the knowledge of truth, all the external pictures may be changed, for they are only pictures, which change as your subconscious beliefs change. When I tell people about the power of the word, and that words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity and do not return void, they say, "Oh, is it as easy as that?" Many people like things difficult and hard to understand. I believe that was the reason the amazingly simple teachings of Jesus Christ were forgotten about a few hundred years ago. People build up creeds and ceremonies which they only half understand. Now, in this 20th century, the secret things are being revealed, and we are again having primitive Christianity. Ask, believing thou shalt receive. You know that our beliefs and our expectations are impressed upon the subconscious and carried out. We might say, if you ask, not believing, you will not receive. Faith creates expectancy. This infinite intelligence upon which man draws his supply is called, by Jesus Christ, your heavenly Father, the Father within. He is described as a kind, loving parent, desirous of pouring all good things upon his children. Fear not, little flock, 'tis your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. He taught that God's law was simply a law of love and goodwill. Love your neighbor as yourself. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. Any violation of the law of love causes a short circuit. The way of the transgressor is hard. God is immutable law. I am the Lord, law. I change not. Divine ideas are immutable, not subject to change. What wonderful words! Immutable, not subject to change. A woman came to me filled with fears and forebodings. She said for years she had been pursued by the fear that even if she would to receive the desire of her heart, something would happen to spoil it. I gave her the statement. The divine plan of your life is a perfect idea and divine mind, incorruptible and indestructible, and cannot be spoiled in any way. A great load was lifted from her consciousness. For the first time in years she had a feeling of joy and freedom. Know the truth, and the truth will give you the sense of freedom. Soon then comes the actual freedom on the external. This supreme intelligence is what man becomes one with when he speaks the word. This supreme intelligence awaits man's direction. It must have right away. It must not be limited. Divine activity in your body brings health. There is only one disease, congestion, and one cure, circulation. Congestion and stagnation are the same thing. People say they have got into a rut. A new idea will take them out of the rut. We must get out of the rut of negative thinking. The word enthusiasm in the dictionary is defined to be inspired or possessed by a god. Enthusiasm is divine fire and kindles enthusiasm in others. To be a good salesman, you must have enthusiasm about the articles you are selling. If you are bored and your businesses are uninteresting, the fires go out and no one else will be interested. A woman came to me for success in business. She said, I have a shop, yet it is usually empty. I do not bother to open it until late in the day. What's the use? I replied, there is indeed no use so long as you feel the way you do. You are keeping people away. Become enthusiastic over what you have to sell. Be enthusiastic about yourself. Be enthusiastic about the God power within you, and get up early to open your shop and be ready for the big crowd. By this time she was all wound up, and with divine expectancy she dashed down to her shop as early as possible, and people were waiting outside and poured in all day. People often say to me, treat my business. I say, no, I will treat you, for you are your business. Your quality of thought penetrates every article for sale and all the conditions connected with it. Jesus Christ was divinely enthusiastic about the message he had to bring to the Father within each man. He was enthusiastic about faith. He told people that whatsoever they ask in his name would be given to them. It was a message of asking and receiving. He told them just how to comply with spiritual law. Ask, believing thou shalt receive. When you pray, believe you have it. Why are you fearful, O ye of little faith? After 2,000 years, his divine fire is rekindled in the consciousness of all truth students. We are having a Christian renaissance, a new birth, a revival of Christianity. He taught a universal principle without creed or ceremony. We see members of all religions, denominations coming into this truth movement. It does not take them away from their churches. In fact, many clergymen are now teaching what the metaphysicians are teaching, for Jesus Christ is the greatest of all metaphysicians, because he proved his principles and brought miracles to pass. He sent forth his disciples to preach the gospel and heal the sick. For about 300 years his message survived. Then his divine fire was lost, and the words, "Be thou healed" were no longer spoken. Creed and ceremony took their place. Now we see people flocking to these truth centers to be healed, blessed, and prospered. They have learned to pray aright and have understanding faith. A woman told me of an answered prayer. Her son wrote her that he was going to Southern California on a business trip in his car. She read in the morning paper of a flood, and she immediately spoke the word for divine protection. She had a great feeling of security. She knew he would be protected. She soon heard from him saying some business had interfered with his leaving, so he was detained. If he had left when he had expected, he would have been in the flood district. We become divinely enthusiastic about our answered prayers, which we call demonstrations, for it means that we have demonstrated the truth and have been set free from some limitation. The 24th Psalm is one of the most enthusiastic of many psalms of praise and thanksgiving. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be lifted up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is the King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. The gates and doors symbolize man's consciousness. As you are lifted up in consciousness, you contact the superconscious, the God within. The King of glory comes in. The King of glory lifts your burdens and fights your battles, solves your problems. The average person has a difficult time letting the King of glory come in. Doubt, fear, and apprehension keep the doors and gates locked against your good. A student told me in a situation which she had attracted by negative thinking. She had been invited to a gathering of old and valued friends. It was of the utmost importance for her to be there. She was so anxious to go. She said to herself repeatedly, "Oh, I hope nothing happens to interfere." The day of the reception arrived, and she awoke with a terrific headache. At one time she had been subject to these headaches, going to bed for several days. Yet she had not had one for many years. Her doubts and fears had attracted this disappointment. She called me up and said, "Will you please speak the word that I will be well by evening to go to the reception?" I replied, "Why, of course. Nothing can interfere with God's perfect plan." So I spoke the word. Later she told me of her miracle. She said in spite of the way she felt, she prepared to go. She cleaned her jewelry, got her dress ready to wear, and attended to every detail, though she felt scarcely able to move. Very late in the afternoon, she said she had a particular sensation, as if a fog had lifted from her consciousness, and she was perfectly well. She went to the reception and had a wonderful time. I believe that the healing might have come more quickly had she not said, "I want to be well by tonight." We are continually limiting ourselves by our words. So not until night was she perfectly well. By your words you are justified, and by your word you are condemned. I knew a man who was the center of attraction wherever he went, because he was always enthusiastic about something. Whether it was about shoes, clothes, or a haircut, he enthused others into buying the same things. He did not gain anything material by it. He was just naturally enthusiastic. Someone has said, if you want to be interesting to others, be interesting in something. An interested person is an enthusiastic person. We often hear people say, "Do tell me what you're interested in." Many people are without vital interests and are hungry to hear what other people are doing. They are usually the ones who keep the radio tuned on for early morning till late night. They must be entertained every minute. Their own affairs do not hold enough interest. A woman once said to me, "I love other people's affairs." She lived on gossip. Her conversation consisted of, "I was told," "I was given to understand," or "I heard." It is needless to say she is now paying her karmic debt. A great unhappiness has overtaken her, and everyone knows about her affairs. It is dangerous to neglect your own affairs and to take an idle curiosity in what others are doing. We should all be busily engaged in perfecting ourselves. Yet take a kindly interest in others. Make the most of your disappointments by transmuting them into happy surprises. Transmute all failure into success. Transmute all unforgiveness into forgiveness. All injustice into justice. You will be kept busy enough perfecting your own life. You won't have time to run other people's affairs. Jesus Christ assured the enthusiasm of the multitudes by performing miracles, healing the sick, and raising the dead. And a great multitude followed him, because they saw his miracles, which he did for them that were diseased. As we read this, we feel the enthusiasm of the multitudes, which surrounded him. With him all things were possible, for he knew that he and the Father were indeed one. With divine enthusiasm, I bless what I have, and look with wonder at their increase. Ask and you shall receive, by Receive Joy. The power of the universe. Look up at the sky. We see the blue. It is vast. There is so much more out there than what is underneath our feet and immediately around us. There is more than the thin air we breathe. There is an invisible force that surrounds all. There is a power. The universe is full of power. We all come from this power. It is greater than our individual self. It has continual abundance. It is formulated from love. It contains all light and life. It is magnificent. It's free and is equally available to all of us. It supports and embraces all life. Somehow we have an inner knowledge that we are from this vast heavenly power, containing continual awesome perfection. It is a beautiful energy that exists and is full of absolute intelligence. It is consistent and flows progressively. This power is called many names: God, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost, Spirit of God, Almighty Power, God Source, Source Light Energy, the Kingdom of Heaven, the Universe, the Quantum Field, the Morphic Field, Firmament, the Universal Energy, the Universal Force, Ether, the Heavenly Dimensions, the Divine, Outer Space, Worlds Beyond, and so on. There are many words we use to describe this power. How can we become more consistently aware of the power? Let us be more mindful of the divine power so that we can access and call on it. We all agree that there is something powerful, tremendous, awesome, and mysterious out there which is greater than ourselves and part of ourselves. It is outside of us and it is inside of us. Although we sometimes feel we are separate from it, we are indeed connected to it. As it surrounds us, it literally fills the space between every cell of our body, and it fills all matter. When God flung the stars into existence, he set up a divine delivery system. Since we are his most valued creation, he wishes for us to be aware of it, understand it, access it, communicate with it, and use it in our daily lives for our greatest good. It is always fully available to us. Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house. Test me in this, says the Lord Almighty, and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it. Malachi 3:10. There is more than enough of everything for everyone. There is absolute abundance. It is time to decide to open ourselves and our lives to receive. We have the choice to allow ourselves to flow with this awesome force. When God breathed into us his gift of life, we received connection to his almighty power. Let us embrace this power. God gave us his kingdom, which includes this universe and all its power, as our inheritance. Then the King will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom, prepared for you from the foundation of the world." Matthew 25:34. Let us decide to cash the check, use the wealth. Let us understand that the heavenly dimensions are here for us and that they support us. This universal energy is our divine gift, our birthright, given to us by God and our inheritance. The cosmos is carefully designed to please us, to help us, to make us happy, to give us everything we wish for and everything our heart desires. It has been said many times in many ways, what we can conceive and believe, the universe will help us achieve. This almighty power was set up for our use. Now it is time to learn its language and allow ourselves to use it. One of my clients shared a story of swimming in the ocean. He was about a mile offshore when all of a sudden a strong storm blew in. Although he was a triathlete, the waves were so forceful that he became too tired to make it back to shore. He began to feel greatly fatigued. He told God that it was all right if this was his time to go. He started sinking. Instantly he felt a big rock under his feet. He was able to stand on the rock as he saw his friends rowing a boat from shore. They had to pull him into the boat. From that moment he knew there was a power watching over him. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold. Psalms 18:2. God, the almighty power of the universe, is always with us. His power is right here to call upon, especially when we seek him most. 14 years ago, I was sitting at my desk at work and I realized I desired new Rolodex cards. I had gone to the office supply store 4 times, and every time I had forgotten to buy Rolodex cards. At that moment, I looked up to God and said, "Your memory is superior to mine. Please remind me about the Rolodex cards tomorrow." When I came to work the next morning at 7 a.m., there were 2 large metal boxes leaning against the door blocking my entry. Surprised, I picked up the 2 tin boxes, took them inside, and set them on my desk. When I opened them up, they were large cases full of Rolodex cards the size of automobile license plates. This was the first time I had seen such a thing. I laughed and thanked God. God has such a sense of humor. I will remember Rolodex cards for the rest of my life. God created us in his image. He also laughs and smiles as humans do and creates grand things with his sense of humor. He often uses humor when giving us what we ask for. Let us create more with joyous laughter, smiles, and humor. He continues to surprise me with his wit on many occasions. I came out of work one day to find a brand new dumpster gently resting against the back bumper of my car. I wondered where the dumpster came from and why it was resting against my car. As always, I asked myself, what did I ask for in my last prayer? I immediately remembered that I had blocked the trash bins at my apartment building so that the cans had remained full all week. I asked the universe to find a solution as to where to put my trash. God gave me an enormous answer and a reminder to use this free, abundant, perfect power of the universe. The power of the quantum world. The quantum world consists of what lies beyond our physical perception and conception. It is the invisible. To make it easy to envision, compare it with the internet. In order to transmit and receive anything on our computers and cell phones, free of wires, waves travel to and from our devices via cell towers. Our bodies are like cell towers, emitting and receiving waves that travel through the air. Similar to the waves emitted from our cell phone or X-ray machine, they all are invisible. Our minds and our hearts receive and transmit. The waves they send out can penetrate all physical matter. These waves hold a consistent strength and amount of energy over any distance and can be received instantly anywhere in the world. They are more powerful or more accurate than the waves radiating from the manufactured objects such as radio beams or satellite transmissions. The mind can transmit, receive, and change any frequency that exists. The exact frequency we send out or transmit attracts back a matching energy. These waves connect us with the universal divine delivery system. We function like magnetic frequency generators. We come equipped with 2 major energy generators to connect to the power source, our mind and our heart being the more powerful. Interestingly, research at the Heart Math Institute in Boulder Creek, California, revealed that the heart has an electric force 100 times stronger and a magnetic force 5,000 times stronger than the brain. Our hearts create frequency vibrations through our feelings, just as our minds create frequency vibrations through our thoughts. The heart is first to develop during gestation in the womb, and when fully grown contains about 40,000 neurons. Once I was sitting in the jacuzzi of a wonderful hotel, where I was staying with friends to celebrate my birthday. I was thinking a pleasant thought of having a drink in my hand. I usually pass on alcoholic beverages. Still, in this very instant, I had the opportunity to look like a movie star or model in a fancy hotel advertisement. Just a few minutes later, one of my friends came to the jacuzzi carrying 2 margaritas. A thought generated a vibration which instantly materialized. Years later, when I asked her how she knew what I was requesting, she told me that we had received 2 free margarita coupons from the hotel. I thought she chose margaritas because we had vacationed together years ago in the Florida Keys and had enjoyed margaritas at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. The universe hears our requests and acts on them. Our mind and thought processes are independent of our physical brain. The flesh of our brain is part of our physical body. It registers all sensations. For example, it is attached to the nervous system, which makes the heart beat. The vessel inside lacks thought process. Our whole body, including the physical brain, is entirely controlled by our mind. The mind is so powerful that it can override all systems in the body. We may think, why is my body reacting this way? When actually the body does what the mind tells it to do, and our body feels what the mind focuses on. Emotion is absent from the physical body. It is the mind that is in charge of all feelings and the processing of sensations. We are eternal beings with physical bodies, living within a quantum world. As we are vibrational beings, we oscillate at the same vibration with God. We will live vibrationally connected by our matching frequencies to His abundant source of energy. Filled with the source energy, we are always vibrating with it. This abundant source energy contains a constant understanding and honoring of all life forms. It is reactive to us. Our thoughts, focused feelings, and words continually summon this energy. It is all-providing and all-loving, full of continual possibilities. When we are aligned with the perfect vibration of love and joy, we are connected with God's universal energy. In this light, all is well. When we choose to match our vibrational power to the Almighty power, we regain our birthright. Our birthright is to be consciously connected with God's power source, allowing us throughout our lives to flow light and easy. Is life force consciously connected? Are we one big entity with separate outlets? Humanity is a collective consciousness. In his book, Napoleon Hill refers to it as the master mind. Roger D. Nelson and his colleagues from the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research PAIR Institute, associated with Princeton University, referred to it as coherent consciousness. The Institute conducted a continual 9-year study called the Global Consciousness Project. The study included people from 37 different countries worldwide. Electrodes were used to measure and track brainwave frequencies. When I met Roger Nelson, he explained to me that prior to a major incident, a tsunami or 9/11, the brainwave patterns of everyone tested in every country rose off the charts simultaneously. I bought a computer from an acquaintance of mine in Germany to run a special software program. It sat dormant for a while. When my friend visited, she asked to use the computer. We both were trying to remember the password. She sent an email to the former owner in Germany, hoping he remembered the password. The next morning, our German friend from whom I bought the computer called. I said, "Thank you for calling. Did you receive our email?" He replied, "What email?" Usually we only talk twice a year. He was calling me about a completely different matter. Our intention of talking to him was so strong that the universe compelled him to instantly connect. How often do we think about a person and they call a moment later, and likewise, how many times do we call someone and the first thing they say to us is, "I was just thinking about you"? Once a mind conceptualizes or experiences something, all minds can conceive the same thing in the same moment. This is why numerous inventions are made at the same time. Here are a few examples. Thomas Edison and Joseph Swan simultaneously developed the light bulb based on carbon fiber. Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler developed the automobile at the same time in 1885, both in Germany, one in Mannheim and the other in Stuttgart. Elisha Gray and Alexander Graham Bell both developed the telephone at the same time. Bell is credited today as the developer of the telephone because he announced the patent 2 hours earlier than Gray on February 14, 1878. The same phenomena is shown when an athlete achieves a record time and it becomes the new standard of all humans in that field. The new record time will then quickly be achieved by many athletes and often surpassed. If one rat completes a maze in a certain time, later other rats can reach the end of the maze more quickly. Once a new neural pathway is created, all life forms can instantly tap into it and follow it. After 30 years of studying and working with quantum physics and the laws of nature, I have observed and now understand how all humanity is connected. Quantum physics includes the study of subatomic particles and electromagnetic waves. We are most powerful when our brain waves are in balance. Our whole body is a finely tuned instrument, functioning optimally when in balance. There are many techniques to harmonize and balance brain waves: meditation, yoga, biofeedback, light and music therapy. These are all great ways to condition and reset them to their intrinsic optimal patterns. Every cell has a unique frequency. We can recharge and encourage every cell to resonate at its perfect energy state. Humans have the ability to affect the intelligence of every individual cell. When we keep the vibrational balance in all parts of our body, everything is possible. We vibrate with God's divine source light energy. Every cell in our body is bursting with photon light energy. We are light beings with magnificent intelligence vibrating in every cell. This is God's power within us. The power of the mind. The universe acts as our divine delivery system. As with gravity, whether we believe it exists or we lack the belief in the universal principle, it just is, and it constantly works. With every thought we think, and even more, with every word we speak, we create by using this delivery system. This delivering force is absolute and eternal. It prevails. All we have to do is to make the choice to decide to utilize this power to our advantage. We were given this life and this power to create. Like our Heavenly Father, we are creators, inviters, and attractors of all things in our life. Be careful how you think. Your life is shaped by your thoughts. Proverbs 4:23. Can one human being influence and change many things? The answer is a definite yes. Throughout history, we have numerous examples of one human being having a vision and focusing on it. When they completely surrendered to their desired outcome in a peaceful and positive way, all change began. Positive examples are Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Mother Teresa, Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, Henry Ford, Bill Gates, and Steve Jobs. To change anything, let us first change our minds. The mind is a powerful creator, so powerful that it is the source that convinces us to do everything. Before any change is possible, we shall consciously welcome in the opportunity to improve our thought processes. Change starts with our mind. Change happens when we focus our awareness on what we truly desire and start to target what brings us the most joy. Let us decide to focus on receiving happiness and what makes our hearts sing. It is self-caring and self-nurturing to keep our focus there. Let us always focus on the solution, especially when we pray. Let us pray into the positive desired outcome. Let us ask for our desires and act as if they are already here. Ask, ask, ask. The 4 components of focusing our thoughts are: 1. Think it, speak it, and write it as if we have it already. 2. Visualize ourselves with our goal in every detail. 3. Affirm and anchor the desired achievement in our mind and heart. 4. Adopt a positive attitude and celebrate the desired achievement. What we focus on and constantly think about, we attract. To use this powerful resource, we shall hold our attention on what we prefer. Focus only on the good. Let us feel great as we attract our creations. When we have tapped into God's power and have increased our focused consciousness, only then can we create more in a year than we can accomplish by drifting through our entire life with lack of purpose. The method to accomplish this greatness is as follows. 1. Think many identical thoughts of our desires. 2. Stay with these thoughts, hold them and ponder them for more than a minute at a time. 3. Revisit these empowering thoughts as often as you wish. Let us give the thought a chance to anchor deeply in our mind and create new neural pathways. A neural pathway is a series of neurons connected together, forming a path that enables a signal to be sent from one region of the brain to another. 2 years after my father passed away, my mother came to our house and asked my husband if he knew a suitable man for her to date. After 45 years of marriage, she wished for company. My husband replied, "There is only one guy I know your age who is single. He is over there sitting on the couch." This gentleman had been a friend of the family for many years, and my mother already knew him well. He had been single his whole life and had come to a number of our family gatherings. "Really? That is John," she answered. My husband replied, "Yes, you asked for a single man, and he is the only one I know." They have now been happily married for 10 years. My mother opened her heart and changed her mind toward him. When we ask, the universe answers. It answers in many ways. Some of them are surprising. Let us open our minds and our hearts to receive what we ask for. After our dog collar had gone missing multiple times, I often asked my youngest daughter to help me find it, and she always did. Before she went to bed, she focused on it being found. In the morning, she knew where it was. On one occasion, it was lying under her bed. Another time, she knew exactly where to look in the lake. There it was, lying in the shallow water. Asking with a determined focus on the preferred result and with a clear intention to receive what the universe answers creates amazing results. Have faith in the power of intention. My younger sister asked for a rain jacket for Christmas. I called her and asked her to describe her perfect jacket to me. This built our excitement and desire to have it. I asked God to honor her Christmas request for my sake of having the perfect gift for her to make her happy. She desired it to be purple, have a hood, hang below the waist, and be waterproof. I added as a parameter for it to be on sale. When my older sister and my mother went Christmas shopping, they looked in many stores before they made their last stop at Columbia Outfitters to buy this perfect jacket. My mother was ready to go home, and they almost passed the store when my sister insisted they go inside because she knew it was there. They decided to stop in with the clear asking and receiving intention of having the right jacket and found it on sale. It was hip-length, waterproof, with a hood, and purple. God always answers. Let us organize our thoughts, set clear intentions, focus on our intention, ask, and be open to receive the delivery from the universe. The power of attracting. Every vibration that radiates out of us is in the form of thought, word, and deed, is a form of asking, and by the law of the universe comes back. This is the only possibility. We often refer to this drawing effect as the law of attraction, the golden rule, karma, the boomerang effect, like attracts like, and so on. The basic principle behind all of this is similar. Our thoughts, words, and deeds cause matching reactions. The human mind is a magnetic force, drawing toward it everything we focus on, consciously or subconsciously, positive or negative, of good intention or the lack thereof. Everything that goes out receives a matching return vibrational answer. The answer is automatically summoned to us. This magnetic attraction is our creation power. I imagine my life as living in a hall of mirrors. Inside are only me and our Creator, and He only creates good. Everything in our lives reflects right back at us. Every good that goes out of us comes right back, as does everything else. Let us choose to radiate what is good, kind, blessed, loving, encouraging, and uplifting. God gave us creation power. He created us and everything around us. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. So God created mankind in His own image. In the image of God, He created them, male and female. He created them. Genesis 1:27. God loves us so much that He desired us to be co-creators with the great I Am. To do this, He created a universal power and designed us to be able to tap into that and harness that power. It is here for the asking, and so we shall ask. Let us decide now to consciously create good and glorify God with His eternal absolute law of attraction. Let us give full praise to God for setting up His divine, powerful delivery system. Human prosperity is based on this absolute law. But whose delight is in the law of the Lord, and who meditates on His law day and night, that person is like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season, and whose leaf does not wither. Whatever they do prospers. Psalms 1, 2, and 3. Does this mean we co-create everything? Yes. We do create everything in our reality. We create with our thoughts and words, and then our actions follow. A woman in her 40s was having financial challenges and recently found herself single again. Since she desired to make positive changes in her life, she decided that attracting wealth to her was to be her first step. She visualized herself as a rich woman and posted sticky notes all around her house saying, "I am rich, money flows easily, I am a millionaire." A few months later, she married again. This time she married one of the wealthiest men in town. Applying her conscious creation power, she currently lives the happy, wealthy life of her dreams. A friend of mine once gave her mother's diamond ring to her future son-in-law to be redesigned into a ring for her daughter. At their engagement party, the couple was playing volleyball, and the stone fell out of the setting into the grass. A few hours later, her daughter noticed it missing. It was dark when the party ended, and her mom said, "Let's go home, and we'll come back in the morning and find the diamond." The next day, the mother and the couple went out to look for the stone in the backyard. The mother told the groom, "Walk to the tree, and you will find the diamond in the grass under the tree." As he came back, he told her, "You were right. It was sitting in the grass under the tree." My friend decided that the diamond was to be found wherever she desired to consciously create it. Prior to her surgery, a friend wished for a particular doctor who was the best in his field for this type of procedure. The doctor was over 80 years old and ready to retire. Miraculously, she was his last patient. She decided to reward herself for her successful surgery with a leather jacket. On the way home, she stopped by her neighborhood leather store. Out front was a sale rack with one leather jacket on it. She put on the jacket, it fit perfectly, and she had the exact amount of money in her pocket to buy it. Let us use focused intention for creating things in all areas of our life. Remember, the universe pulls from all abundance. It is already set up to deliver. Imagine the universe continually coming to us with truckloads full of resources and yearning to deliver. In order to find room to restock, the universe eagerly offloads everything day and night. Let us call in our orders so that the trucks can drop off whatever we wish at our door on a continual basis. In one of our miracle group meetings, we talked about what we attracted during the previous week. A relatively new member of our group shared with us that since she is now more aware of her creations, they are appearing in absolute abundance. She started to notice it when a co-worker of hers asked her for a pen. Later that day, a bag of 150 donated pens came to the charity for which she works. She put the pens on her co-worker's desk. When he saw them, he was surprised and asked her what this bag of pens was doing on his table. She calmly said, "These are the pens you asked the universe for." He had already forgotten about his order and was very surprised. See your win and take it in. The next day, the same co-worker was seeking a Tide laundry pen to clean spots from clothes that were donated. He then jokingly said, "Now I ask the universe to also deliver a Tide pen." When they came to the bottom of the bag full of donated clothes, there actually was a pack of laundry pens. The co-workers both had a thankful laugh about it. Later in the week, she asked the universe for one travel coffee mug, since now it was her turn to receive. Soon thereafter, a bag of 50 travel coffee cups were donated. Although she had just asked for one, she realized that we can ask for more as well and pass the rest on. The universe is full of abundance. Why ask for a cup of water when you can have the whole river? At the next meeting, the same member shared with us the following story. I woke up one morning and my toilet was leaking. As I was laughing about this, with confident creation power, I asked God and His universe for help. The next day, a brand new toilet showed up, donated at my job. My boss smiled and said, "We only sell clothing and home goods here." I told him that I can use this toilet. He was happy to pass it on and donate it to me. Becoming more aware and confident, now owning her conscious creation power, she was able to take her win home. We all can recall situations when we used attraction power with purpose. One common use is to attract a parking spot. We may start talking to ourselves saying, "There is an open spot for me." Soon enough, we attract a spot. Everyone creates consciously and subconsciously at times. Let us lean on the house of the great I Am more often and use His spiritual delivery system consciously for everything that we request and call into our lives. Even if God's mighty law of attracting is new to us, we seem to have a built-in knowledge and awareness of it at times when something becomes very important to us. For example, after we buy a new car, the next few weeks we notice the same model and color car everywhere, because we have a fresh awareness. Our focus directs our energy. We all may wish for more joy in our lives. To attract and receive joy, simply choose to align with God's original blessed declaration that all is good. Let us choose to focus on our birthright of seeing the goodness in all creation. All is well all the time. On the first page of the Bible, when God created everything, He saw that all was good all the time. God saw that the light was good, and He separated the light from the darkness. Genesis 1:4. God called the dry ground land and gathered the waters, and the gathered waters He called seas, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:10. The land produced vegetation, plants, bearing seed according to their kind, and the trees bearing fruit with seed in it according to their kind, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:12. To govern the day and the night, and to separate light from darkness, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:18. So God created the great creatures of the sea, and every living thing with which the water teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:21. God made the wild animals according to their kinds, the livestock according to their kinds, and all the creatures that moved along the ground according to their kinds, and God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:25. God saw all that He had made, and it was very good. Genesis 1:31. Because God focuses on the good, let us choose to direct our focus there as well. If focusing on the good is good enough for Him, then focusing on the good is good enough for me. This is the message we have heard from Him and declared to you. God is light. In Him there is no darkness at all. 1 John 1:5. During a visit with my extended family, I was listening to an elderly gentleman fill me in on what he was up to since I last saw him. He went on and on with his sad stories. As for me, life is good all the time. I interrupted him and asked him straight on, "What is good in your life?" His eyes opened wide as he looked at me. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts before he answered. "You are right. There are good things. My grandchildren are a pure joy." I encouraged him to tell me about the joy in his life and asked him to share only his good stories when we next meet. First, God declared that all is good 7 times, and then he blessed us. God blessed them. Genesis 1:28. He blessed us again when Jesus died. He left us his Holy Spirit. "And I will put my Spirit within you and cause you to walk in my statutes and be careful to obey my rules." Ezekiel 36:27. Because now his powerful Spirit is in us, we are the magnetic force operating within the vibrational field of attraction. I am filled with power with the Spirit of the Lord. Micah 3:8. Imagine if we consciously ask all the time. Let us choose to use our focus intentionally and purify our thoughts and our words. Seek to find the good in everyone and everything. Allow our actions to create happiness and all the positive outcomes we desire. The power of receiving and giving. In accordance with the strongest law in the universe, the law of attraction, the more one gives in joy, the more one receives. Giving and receiving share the same vibrational field, as does flow and allow. Human nature is made to receive and give. To begin receiving, the suggestion has been made to increase our giving. In order to receive more, let us give more. The most well-known verse of the Bible is John 3:16, where it is shown that God gave us the greatest gift, his Son. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. John 3:16. The amount we have to give is of little concern. What matters most is that we have the heart and pure desire to give. This is clearly shown in the story of the widow's offering in the Holy Bible in Mark 12. Jesus sat down opposite the place where the offerings were put and watched the crowd putting their money into the temple treasury. Many rich people threw in large amounts, but a poor widow came and put in 2 very small copper coins, worth only a few cents. Calling his disciples to him, Jesus said, "Truly I tell you, this poor widow has put more into the treasury than all the others. They all gave out of their wealth, but she out of her poverty put in everything, all she had to live on." Mark 12:41 through 44. There is much more than money we can give. The most powerful gift we have is to allow ourselves to be the blessing. Let us bless everyone we come in contact with on our path. Let us share our talents, prayers, smiles, encouragement, and beautiful words. Let us be there for one another. Jesus gave his prayers and blessings over everyone rather than money. Let us show our love for humanity. Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctant or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. 2 Corinthians 9:7. To be cheerful givers, we shall also open our hearts to receive. We can only draw money from a bank account if money has been deposited to begin with. The same is true for our emotional account. I pray that we all freely receive and freely give. Jesus says in Matthew 13, "For whosoever has to him more shall be given, and he will have an abundance." Matthew 13:12. A client came to me and shared her story of how she came to receive, through manifesting, the money to go to a seminar she desired to attend. While at an introductory seminar, she was asked to attend the advanced training. She was short of the required $800 deposit. People at the seminar encouraged her to create the money with her intention, reminding her to focus on already having the money and leaving the how to God. Within 3 weeks, a check for $800 came in the mail for a payment of a job that she had completed 3 years prior when a company put a project on hold. The more astonishing part of this story is that the company asked her to finish the original project and agreed to pay her $3,000 more. She accepted, and they paid her the extra money. The $800 was the exact amount for the seminar deposit, and the $3,000 was the exact amount to complete the advanced training. The reason the company chose her to finish the project was because she was the only one who graciously forgave them for taking so long to pay. She chose to remain calm during their reconstruction time. Then finally, the final touch on the big studio project took simple editing of about 10 minutes, because 3 years prior her team had mostly completed the project. This story is a beautiful example of a woman cheerfully giving time, talent, and money. She also graciously chose forgiveness while trusting that God's grace will take care of her. Let us then approach God's throne of grace with confidence, so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Hebrews 4:16. He has saved us and called us to a holy life, not because of anything we have done, but because of His own purpose and grace. This grace was given us in Christ Jesus before the beginning of time. 2 Timothy 1:9. Good will come to those who are generous and lend freely, who conduct their affairs with justice. Psalms 112:5. The exactness of the universe. The universe has perfect organization and accurate design. Since we are receiving our power from the source light energy, it loves to work with us in exactness. When we are connected with the source light energy, we can order in extreme detail. Also, our orders can be multidimensional, combining many parameters. For example, we can add dates, names, places, attitudes, color, amounts, and desired outcomes. The universe puts everything in place with beautiful synchronicity. The universe moves things around in our favor to allow its precise accuracy to be fulfilled, to match perfectly with our orders. We have the opportunity to create with perfect accuracy if we so desire. Allow the universe to demonstrate, to determine how it will be done. Still, the exact details are ours to designate as we wish. Ask, and we shall receive. All matter exists in neutrality, waiting for our mind and words to mold it. God molds us, and we mold our lives. Let us choose to ask by declaring our detailed desires with precision, using beautiful words. A client of mine shared his story of creating a car for himself. A black Toyota was his greatest desire. At the time, he was living in Jamaica and owned a barbershop. One February, he was looking at his savings account, and it made him realize that the car of his dreams was still just a dream. He had heard of the power of attraction and decided to give it a try. He knew that it was important to ask for what he desired and leave the how open. He placed a picture of the dream car on the ceiling over his bed to look at it before he went to bed and when he woke up. He visited the car dealership. He sat in the car, started the engine, felt and smelled it, pushed buttons and turned on the air conditioner. He talked with his friends about the car. He fueled his desire with his exciting emotion for the color. I love black. He noticed black cars everywhere he looked. He knew the cost to buy this car was $4,500. After about a month, he was almost ready to call it quits. He resisted the urge to giving in and continued to believe, remained calm, and acted as if he was already the owner of his new car. He actively turned on his inner positive voice and reminded him to stay focused on possessing the car. I will have this car for my birthday in May, he told himself. It was March. During the next week, a customer came into his shop, noticing that he had extra space available. This customer desired a place for his business and told him the empty area was just what he was looking for. He wished to consult his business partner and contact him later. My client paid the rent for the whole space, so subleasing the empty portion was a great idea. His customer's business entailed nutrition, which complemented his shop. 6 weeks later, he finally heard from the customer again. He had almost forgotten about it. A call came from overseas. It was the customer telling him that he was still interested in the space. He wired his rent for an entire year in advance. and the extra money to have the space cleaned and painted. $2,000 immediately, and another $2,000 was promised when the customer returned. My client was honored by the trust extended to him. He cleaned up the space and made it ready. When the businessman arrived, he was so pleased with the job that he paid him a $500 bonus. Thus, my client acquired the exact amount for his car. He received his dream car in time for his birthday with one alteration. He decided on a silver one. A dear friend in my neighborhood asked for a biofeedback machine for Christmas. It was 2 days before Christmas, and our miracle group met for dinner. At the meeting, she explained that the biofeedback machine was her only Christmas wish. She wrote down her desire, and our miracle group encouraged her with our agreement. I asked her how much she wished to pay for the device and why she desired it. She said she was willing to pay $7,000. She asked to have this device in order to help herself, her family, and her friends with their health. The group prayed over her desired gift. Since it was only 2 days before Christmas, there was little time to order online. She wished it to come with a laptop and software already installed, ready for immediate use. A further parameter was it was available locally for easy pickup. That night, I went out to a business dinner with my husband. The moment I stepped into a restaurant, I bumped into an old friend, and the first thing he mentioned to me was that he had his biofeedback machine for sale, and inquired if I knew anyone who was interested in buying it. I asked him how much he was willing to sell it for, and he replied the exact number my friend was willing to spend, $7,000. I said, "Sold. We will come to your house in the morning and pick it up." The moment I came home, I called to tell my friend that we will be picking up her Christmas gift in the morning. She had been out walking and affirming her excitement of having her gift. With our combined precious focus and willful intention, her Christmas wish became reality that very day. A businessman sought a bonus that satisfied him for his strategic brilliance. When his wife asked him what amount shall compensate him for his work, he replied, $500,000 is my number. His wife wrote down, "My husband is paid $500,000 bonus this year." When the bonuses were distributed, his was $500,000. Out of all possible numbers, the universe delivered the exact amount he and his wife asked for. 2 sisters were on the phone discussing a charity dinner. One told the other that she was in charge of the ticket sales and coordinating the supplies to match the sales for the event. For the event to be a true success, she and her colleagues desired more sales. She further explained that she had spent a great deal of time arranging for food and resources for a great number of meals to be served, and forecasted ticket sales accordingly. The charity dinner was being held in 2 days to benefit her child's school. Her sister asked, "How many dinners do you wish to sell?" When she hesitated, her sister suggested that she read the number on the package of the paper plates. 144, she replied. Both wrote down in their journals that 144 dinners were sold. After the event, the final count revealed that exactly 144 dinners were sold that night. God's universe delivered the very precise, very wonderful, very fantastic miracle of exactly 104 dinner tickets sold. While my girlfriend and I visited at my house to discuss our future business plans, my husband came in and shared that it was essential for a company he was involved in to receive an additional $10 million in funding. My husband and I had invested a large amount of money already, so I was motivated to ask for the new money with these parameters. First, our shares hold their value. Second, the money comes from a source other than us personally. Third, the money comes easily with little work for my husband. My girlfriend and I wrote everything down and seconded the asking. It was a Monday night. By the end of the week, the company received a loan offer in the amount of $10 million with a low interest rate. The money acquired met all my parameters and made my husband and me very happy. Let us be as specific as possible and set parameters when we order, to allow ourselves to receive everything we desire and be joyful. When our desires are clear and we value our goals enough, we will be specific with our asking. When children write a wish list for Santa Claus, it is a very important mission to them. They make their list as long as possible and are very specific. They know exactly what they are hoping for and what the desired gift looks like. It is easier to go shopping from a list of desires than to guess what they might be interested in. As parents, we are pleased to see our children's eyes sparkle on Christmas morning. We intend for them to be full of joy for more than 1 or 2 days of the year. We aspire to fulfill their desires. God is our Heavenly Father. He also aspires to fill our desires and delights in our happiness and satisfaction every day. One morning when my daughter was about 8 years old, she came into the kitchen and declared to me, "I am asking for $100,000. The evening before, we were on a long walk, and I had explained to her that she can be, have, and do whatever she desires. A friend came to visit and slept in my daughter's bedroom. Shortly after, my friend came out for breakfast. She told my daughter to go to her bedroom and look on top of her pillow because she had left something there for her. My daughter ran into her room and came back with a chocolate bar with a picture on the wrapper of a $100,000 bill. She was happy about the gift, although her comment was, "Next time I will ask for the real thing." One day, when I was driving my old car, a man pulled close and yelled out the window, "Please sell me your car, lady. I am looking for your exact car." I wondered to myself why anyone might desire to buy my old car. That night I went to the YMCA. When I was ready to go home, I turned the key in the ignition and my car was silent. I was stunned, since it was running very well on the way there. I looked at the odometer. It registered 100,000 miles. I had the car towed to my friend's auto shop, and he told me that it was time for a new engine. I searched my mind for what had brought on this incident. I remembered the day I purchased the car from the dealer. On my way home, I thought about how long I intended to keep it. 10 years prior, I declared, "I will keep this car for 100,000 miles." Since we create everything, sometimes we may wish to search our minds to recall when we created it. Recently, I went shopping at the grocery store, only to grab a few things. However, I soon found myself filling the cart. I had some cash in my pocket, although the amount was a secret to me. When I went to check out, I told the cashier that I might require a subtotal because I only had whatever money is left in my pocket. With a smile, he said, "It will be perfect." I agreed. The total was $81.25. I took the cash from my pocket and handed it to the cashier. It was $81. We both had fun and laughed as the cashier loaned me a quarter. We are always welcome to change our goals or alter our path at any time. We may change our mind as often as we wish and start asking for our new desires, as we focus on what feels good to us in every given moment. It helps us to determine what desires move us toward our goals. My sister shared the following creation story. While in the airport waiting for our connecting flight to arrive, my husband and I were informed of our delayed departure due to weather. Since I was flying with someone who prefers other means of transportation, I put on my happy face and let everyone know a little delay was fine with us. I began to declare that we were patient, happy to wait, and our party receiving us on the other end was patient also. Each new announcement brought another delay, and it became apparent that for the flights to remain on schedule, a lot of precision and amazing coordination had to happen. Keeping a positive attitude, I did a lot of praying for everyone involved and waited. At one point I said, "Enough. Why am I declaring that we are okay with waiting when I really desire something else? I declare that our plane lands immediately, the passengers disembark quickly. The cleaning crew will prep the plane efficiently and in record time. Our flight attendants will be ready to board, and all passengers will start boarding in 10 minutes. In addition to all that, I added, and we are ready for takeoff at 5:15 p.m. with our luggage." We had waited long enough. My last few texts read, 4:57 p.m. from my family. "Are you on the plane yet?" 4:58 p.m. from me. "We are still at the gate. I just declared that our plane is boarding and ready to leave for Jacksonville, North Carolina with our suitcases by 5:15 p.m. today." 5:11 p.m. from me. "In the future, I will immediately order what I really wish to create. We are on the plane and ready for departure. See you in an hour." Our plane was taxiing for takeoff at 5:16 p.m. and up in the air exactly according to my newly ordered schedule. It was definitely a God-made miracle. The power of the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1:1. Besides forming man, God spoke everything that is into existence. He uses words. All creation was, is, and will be spoken or written into existence. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Genesis 1:3. God left us the Holy Bible. It is a book which, when opened, is full of only one thing: words. The Bible is our manual to this life experience. Every year, it is the #1 best-selling book in the world. It supersedes all other book sales by such a great margin, because humankind's powerful and universal desire to know God and His Word is continual. The Word trumps the thought. At a seminar, I had the privilege to walk across hot coals, and even though my mind knew they were hot and my body was questioning my mind, I successfully crossed the coals because of my chanting and anchoring positive words of, "Yes, I can. I am walking on cool moss." When my mind questioned the ability of my body to achieve it, my words trumped my mind. Being a magnetic force, humans attract consciously and subconsciously with the frequencies transmitted from our minds and our hearts. Creation is conscious when we master our words. God was so smart making the word final. Our mind tends to be scattered. Our mind wanders constantly, day and night, in this dimension and others. Everything is created in our conscious state. Our dream state is merely a reflection of our own consciousness. The Word performs the final creation. The thought attracts, the Word creates. For the Word of God is alive and active, sharper than a double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart. Hebrews 4:12. Because we are children of God, we share His creation power in this universe. We shall be aware that we have as much power to create the positive as the opposite. For whoever would love life and see good days must keep their tongue from evil and their lips from deceitful speech. 1 Peter 3:10. Humans are the only creatures on earth that are able to speak words. This grants us the unique ability to co-create with God. We are His greatest creation, and we are made in His image. Because He creates, we can create, and He creates by speaking things into existence. Like Him, we create with the use of our words. Let us be conscious of our use of our words. Let us extend our vocabulary to say what we really mean in order to always create what is good. Words are symbols whose meanings people have agreed on. God told Adam to name every animal on earth. He has the ability to name everything himself, and yet He has the desire to interact and co-create with us. Right from the beginning, God chose man to co-create with Him and encouraged us to use our words to do it. Now the Lord God had formed out of the ground all the wild animals and all the birds in the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would name them, and whatever the man called each living creature, that was its name. So the man gave names to all the livestock, the birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. Genesis 2:19 and 20. The agreements about the meanings we have for every single word we use prompts thoughts, images, and stories in our minds. A thought takes us one place at a time. A word can set a whole movie full of many connected thoughts in motion. Every word sparks a unique memory for everyone. Compound words generate a different image or movie in our mind than a single word. Think about the word God. We may think about His creation power, our relationship with Him, or our favorite Bible verse. Next, let us think about Father. We may picture God or our biological father with a whole flood of memories. Now, let us visualize Godfather. Most likely, a person dear to us pops into our head, or possibly an entire movie. Combined words hold a different creation power than a single word. One of my favorite exercises to show this phenomena came from a writing class in which the teacher wrote a random word on the board, and we were to write our memory about it in 1 minute. He chose common words like hair and bread. Everyone came up with brilliant stories from years gone by. Each word activated a memory. Every story for every word is unique for every one, as are the pictures in our mind and our agreements of each meaning. Try this out. Think of the word Cinderella. What does it evoke in your mind? We may think about when someone read the story to us at bedtime or when we watched the famous Disney movie. We may even identify with one of the characters. Are we the princess or the prince living happily ever after? Are we identifying with the stepmother or one of the mice? A friend of mine definitely identifies with the fairy godmother. This is what she is for my children. The association my sister holds with this story and other fairy tales is that the mother always dies. The concept I took from the movie was, whomever the shoe fits. What I mean by this is, we all have our own beliefs fitting us in this moment. There are also words with a variety of meanings. For example, the word shalom. It's so complex and beautiful that it holds the meaning of peace, harmony, wholeness, completeness, prosperity, welfare, tranquility, hello and goodbye. Namaste contains the understanding of, I bow to the divine in you. Growing up, we simply accept word definitions we are taught. Then along the way, we form our own meanings through our own experiences. Our belief system is formed. We all come from different backgrounds, which leads to varied beliefs and understanding of words. These different realities are articulated especially in our relationships with our loved ones. So classification about what we really mean is advisable when we speak with others, as their understanding might differ from ours. The creation power comes with the tongue. With the use of our words, we influence all matter, including ourselves and even water. The power of imprinting water with words. Vibration is the force that moves us. Everything in existence vibrates. Our words vibrate, creating resonance, which forms energy. Words themselves are energy. Energy is vibration, and vibrations form life, light, and sound. Therefore, words are life. These vibrations have an immediate impact on the physical. Our world is constantly changing, and water is the first to recognize change. Water registers and reflects any frequency it is exposed to. Dr. Masaru Emoto spent his life researching and educating humanity about water's true nature and the effects of words and all vibrations have on water. His incredible water crystal photography demonstrates to our amazement how our thoughts, words, emotions, prayers, and music are truly vibrations that actually change the structure of water. Emoto's legacy involved freezing water samples after they had been exposed to various vibrational frequencies to see if they are formed into beautiful crystals or showed the absence of molecular structure, almost resembling mud. When a vial of water had a beautiful word such as love, gratitude, happiness, or thank you labeled on it, according to Dr. Emoto's tests, the water in the vial froze into perfect, beautiful snowflakes, with every word forming a unique crystal. The language the word was written in on the vial was irrelevant. Continually, the positive words froze with beautiful crystal structure, and the negative words froze without structure. He proved to the world that positive words hold creation power and are in tune with nature. Negative words lack creation power. Here's a sample of words and phrases that form beautiful water crystals. Affection, amen, angel, beautiful, change, compassion, courtesy, dream, dreams come true, emotion, energetic, Jehovah, let's do it, love and gratitude, love and thanks, love of country, love of humanity, mom, wife, peace, peace of mind, resonance, you are beautiful, wisdom, and so on. Thus I encourage myself and all humanity to add these words and phrases to our vocabulary. There is also a list of words and phrases that have an absence of form when frozen. Thus I encourage myself and all humanity to omit negative words and phrases from our vocabulary. We live on a planet covered with water. Just as in our human body, 70% is made up of water. Water is life. In the beginning of the Bible, the Holy Spirit and the water already existed. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Genesis 1:2. The power of our beautiful words, thoughts, and prayers can be used to purify water. In a water study, one photograph was taken before an incantation of love and beauty, and another was taken after the prayer. The second photograph showed a fantastic difference. The water was remarkably clearer. Every word holds the energy of the Holy Spirit. The power of the prayer came from the spirit of the spoken word. Is it possible that this energy of the Holy Spirit purified the water in the lake? It was marvelous. The water became more and more transparent as they looked at it. The vibration of words are affecting objects, people, and water in an immediate way. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. Psalm 29:2. He who believes in me, as the scripture said, from his innermost being will flow rivers of living water. John 7:38. We are made of mostly water. We are born in water. Water is necessary to sustain life. Many stories in the Bible depict miraculous happenings around water. In the beginning, God separated the land from the water. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:9 and 10. When Moses struck the rod on the rock, out came water. Numbers 20:11. God parted the Red Sea for the Israelites to cross. Exodus 14. We baptize with water. Jesus was baptized in the water of the Jordan River. Matthew 3:13. Jesus' first recorded miracle was turning water into wine. John 2:1-12. Peter walked on water. Matthew 14:29. In Noah's time, the great flood cleansed the earth with water. Genesis 6:9-9:17. Water is a theme throughout the Bible. Since Dr. Emoto has made us aware that water is imprintable with beautiful words, let us take the time to speak kind words over our water before we drink it. We can label our glasses, glass water bottles, as well as our pitchers with beautiful words. Then our water is blessed with our words, and the blessings are poured into our body throughout the day. In addition, we can label our water with everything we wish for. For example, I am in perfect health. My life is full of happiness. I am a genius. Money flows frequently and abundantly to me. I have the power to control and direct my own mind. I have God's wisdom. I make wise decisions. Beyond the imprinted effects, reading the affirmations and inspirations throughout the day anchors them into our mind. God spoke over his church body and blessed it. To make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word. Ephesians 5:26. For an angel of the Lord went down at certain seasons into the pool and stirred up the water. Whoever then first after the stirring up of the water stepped in was made well from whatever disease with which he was afflicted. John 5:4. The angel's vibration over the water created a reaction influencing the molecular structure of the water. Humans are as imprintable as water. It does matter which words we use to talk to ourselves and other beings. Every word matters. Matter changes to match our words. Jesus changed matter and healed with his words. He sent out his word and healed them. Psalms 107:20. Then Jesus said to him, "Get up, pick up your mat and walk." At once the man was cured. He picked up his mat and walked. John 5:8 and 9. The centurion replied, Lord, I do not deserve to have you come under my roof, but say the word, and my servant will be healed. Matthew 8:8. Then the father realized that this was the exact time at which Jesus had said to him, Your son will live. So he and his whole household believed. John 4:53. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. We have seen his glory, the glory of the one and only Son, who came from the Father, full of grace and truth. John 1:14. Let us rediscover the truth of the Word. The power of using positive words as a blessing. Every word is a creation. We can choose to create love, joy, gratitude, hope, compassion, mercy, praise, and much more positivity with our words. Or we can choose to create the lack thereof. So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty, but will accomplish what I desire and achieve the purpose for which I sent it. Isaiah 55:11. Are our words supporting our purpose? Let us be conscious of which words we send out to achieve what we desire. One of my favorite neighbors volunteered to co-chair a local charity event. Besides being asked to raise money, solicit sponsorships, and create collateral for the event, she was also assigned the task of collecting donations for a grand winner-takes-all raffle drawing. Over a period of 8 months, she put her heart and soul into the project and personally collected more than $28,000 in gift certificates, services, and merchandise ranging from a year of haircuts at a local salon, a 6-hour appointment with a professional organizer, and a diamond necklace to a deluxe massage package and a complete car detailing for the drawing. 2 days before the event, I went over to see how things were coming along and noticed that the gift baskets, bags, and boxes previously contained to the guest room had surprisingly taken over her entire condominium. When I pointed this out, my friend said, In 2 days it will all be gone and out of my house, and all I can say is it better not come back. I was cognizant of the power of her words, and sure enough, a few days later, I saw all the baskets, bags, and boxes piled up in the middle of her living room. As it turns out, her mother, who had attended the event as her guest, had purchased 9 raffle tickets and won the entire lot. In a state of shock, my friend and her mother loaded up their cars and brought everything back home to be sorted out and inventoried, divvied up, and donated all over again to 5 very appreciative local charities. This truly was the gift that kept on giving. What she really meant to say was, I am ready once again to enjoy my clean house, or I am excited to have my house and space to myself again. Let us speak clearly of what we invite in our lives. The universe chooses to focus and react to words with creation ability to provide what we are asking for. It sorts, processes, and eliminates other words. Our word choice might confuse the meaning of what we are trying to accomplish and may cause a reaction taking us in a complete opposite direction from our goal. Not what goes into the mouth defiles a man, but what comes out of the mouth, this defiles a man. Matthew 15:11. When my 91-year-old friend and yoga instructor was ready to live in a nursing home, he went through all his important documents. He chose me to be executor of his will. I talked with him about his long-term insurance policy and asked him to tell me the story when he bought it. His words were, the salesperson told me that I will most likely never use it, but it is good to have anyway. He bought the policy and paid the annual premiums for 35 years, which amounted to roughly $350,000. The policy stated that in the case that the policyholder moves to a nursing home, the first 60 days' rent will be paid by the policyholder before the insurance begins coverage. My friend passed on after 59 days in the nursing home. For the mouth speaks what the heart is full of. Luke 6:45. Are our words defining us? Are we conscious and aware of our own words? Do we understand the power of our own words? Are we encouraging ourselves and others with every word we speak? Words come from organized thoughts, so it is important to write down our words for organization. A study by Dr. Matthias Mehl and his team at the University of Arizona found that women and men speak an average of 16,000 words per day. The Laboratory of Neuroimaging estimates an average person has roughly 70,000 thoughts per day. Monitoring thoughts takes time, right-mindedness, extreme concentration, and awareness. Editing words is more doable. Since our words come from our thoughts, if we simply listen to our own words, we can tell how positive our thoughts are in every moment. Positive thoughts become positive words. If our use of positive words requires further development, this may show that our thoughts yearn for conscious enhancement. In the beginning was the Word. We can start by rediscovering all the good words and train our minds to use expanded positive vocabulary. Let us always speak kind words of abundance. To some of us, it might feel like learning a new language. This new language is called conscious creation. From today forward, please actively use the following list of beautiful words to enhance your current vocabulary. This is a shortened list of words I've collected. I hope they inspire you to write your own list or add to mine. Appreciation, aware, awesome, bless, bliss, brilliant, celebrate, choice, declare, delight, easy, enjoyment, enthusiasm, everlasting, excellent, exciting, faith, fantastic, fascinating, flowing, focused, forevermore, generous, grand, gratitude, great, hopeful, ideal, imagine, inspiration, intelligent, interesting, laugh, life-giving, light, love, magical, marvelous, masterful, mercy, nature, new, now, nurturing, one, optimistic, passionate, peace, perfect, positive, prosperous, pure, quiet, radiance, rejoice, rejuvenate, rich, satisfied, self-love, simple, splendid, transform, trust, truth, unique, valuable, vibrant, victorious, wealthy, welcome, well-being, wonderful, words, worthy. Please email receivejoy at ask@receivejoy.com for a free extensive list of beautiful words, as in the printed copy of Ask and You Shall Receive, page 91 to 101. ReceiveJoy created a recording of these beautiful words to play in the car or whenever you use background music to increase or activate vocabulary of positive words and to bless us and our environment. Please refer to www.receivejoy.com for more information. Jesus says in Revelation, "Coming out of his mouth is a sharp sword, with which to strike down the nations. He will rule them with an iron scepter." Revelation 19:15. That tells us that when he comes back, he will bring only one thing, his tongue, to clean up the world with his word. In the Holy Bible, Paul reminds us, "Let our conversations be gracious and attractive, so that we will have the right response for everyone." Colossians 4:6. Let us always be consciously aware of our words. Let us train to clean up our words. Let us edit ourselves constantly. Life is a masterpiece of continual creation. As we write through our lives, let us be eager to make improvements by checking the words we choose to ask and create with. Are all the words we use uplifting and full of light? Remember, what radiates out of us comes back to us. Let us always be clear about why we desire to have, do, and achieve everything. For example, before we go into a meeting or call anyone, let us be sure to write down the exact desired outcome to be achieved in this moment. An example, I am calling, texting, emailing, having lunch with blank, with the desire to blank, because I blank, and state the reason why. Add details and define why we desire for something to transpire. Knowing why we desire something creates emotional connection to the outcome and increases the power of attraction. Feel wonderful about asking for it, declaring it will occur, and calling it in. Be happy and excited to receive the new creation. Whenever we wish to create anything, let us write it down, read it, revisit it, and edit ourselves 3 times. Make sure that everything is stated in the positive. Our words are uplifting. Our focus is clear and determined. Everything is written in the present tense as if it is happening or has already happened and is here now. Articulate why you desire to have it. Remember, the universe needs and wants for nothing. God's universe already has and contains everything. If you are going to get something or want something, the quantum field allows you to keep going and wanting and trying to get. Let us move on from the wanting state and declare that all is already here. When Moses said to God in Exodus 3:13, "Suppose I go to the Israelites and say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they ask me, 'What is his name?' Then what shall I tell them?" Exodus 3:13. God answered in Exodus 3:14, "I am that I am." Exodus 3:14. Human vocabulary is too confined to describe God. Thus his title remains wide open with all possibilities. When he said, "I am that I am," he is a true quantum being. He is the great I am of all. In Hebrew, I am can be translated as he who is, was, and will always be. God spoke, "I am that I am." Let us stay in flow with his creation power and choose to start our list of desires the same way. Let us also add the positive spirit of gratitude to be present in us throughout the day. Let us write our lists of what we truly request using the words, "I am grateful that I am," or "that I have." Please pause the recording, take your pen and your journal, and write a list of 100 desires or more now. Here are a few examples. I am grateful that I am in perfect health. I am grateful that I am fulfilled and have a fantastic relationship with my loving spouse. I am grateful that I am the owner of a new white truck with a powerful engine and large wheels that easily pull my jet skis to the ocean. The more details we write down, the more our mind focuses completely on our order. Also, it becomes more clear to us and the universe. Whenever we place our order for this very moment, we can add "and more" to leave it open to the universe to happily surprise us with additional blessings. When my friend was backing down the driveway, her son told her, "Mom, you're a bad driver." She replied, "Have I ever involved us in an accident?" While saying this, she backed into a tree. Let us practice restating our order by redeclaring what we prefer immediately. "What I really mean is," or "I prefer." Let us practice our positive words and use them always with all the people around us. A few years ago, my children gave me a plaque for Christmas with a common saying on it, "Don't worry about tomorrow, God is already there." The first thing I did was place a new phrase over the first 2 words, "Be inspired." It sat on my desk for over a month before I realized 2 more necessary corrections. We live in a series of present moments, and we ask our God to be here with us today. With this change, the plaque now declares, "Be inspired about today, God is already here." If our words have the power to bless or the opposite, let us decide to make every word count. This entails bringing the common phrases we use all the time to our awareness, allowing us to change every word to a blessing. Let us convert them into positive creations. Let us be conscious of what we are calling in with our exact words in every moment. For example, when we say that we will unleash our power, It suggests to the universe that it has to create a leash in order to fulfill our thought or command to be unleashed. Similarly, unstoppable suggests one may currently be stopped, and if by chance we are flowing, the universe now has an order to stop us in order to free us from the stop. This theory reveals that we spend a lot of time creating things to uncreate. It lacks efficiency, uses double the effort, and creates a confusing order. This is like running away from the finish line when our original intention is to run toward it. To be a warrior for peace, the universe will help to find a battle. The sky is the limit. Is the sky limited? Having unlimited power suggests a limit as well. Two phrases used too often are "don't worry" and "no worries." Why do we desire to create worry in order not to? When God created in the first page of the Bible, He said, "All is good." How brilliant! We humans tend to say, "not bad," when what we really mean is the opposite. God uses proper words to say what He means. Let us follow in His image. We use these sayings even though they lack efficiency. The results we call in may be the opposite of what we desire to call in. Receive Joy prepared a list containing words and phrases that show advanced awareness and suggestions on how to replace these words and phrases with more creative choices. For example, instead of effortless, say easy. Use good for not bad. For pain-free, painless, no pain, rather say feel great or in perfect health. For stress-free, less stress, rather say easy, calm, or relaxed. Instead of unbelievable and you won't believe this, say it is believable and you can believe this. Do you wish to have unconditional love? Have perfect love instead. A more creative choice for unleash is free-flowing or allow. Unlimited power can be perfect power. Instead of want, use creative words like choose, prefer, desire, seek. You can't miss it. Said in positive words is, you will definitely see it. Why don't we can be said more encouraging by let us. For a more extensive list, please email receivejoy at ask@receivejoy.com. or refer to the printed version of Ask and You Shall Receive. Receive Joy also created a book called Blessed by the Tongue, which contains many pages of words and phrases we shall be more aware of. Carefully listen to the words we use and the words everyone around us uses. Start practicing alternative positive words, and they will become a new wonderful habit. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear. Ephesians 4:29. I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word they speak. Matthew 12:36. This is why Mother Teresa said, if you invite me to an anti-war rally, I will pass. If you invite me to a peace gathering, I will be there. If anyone hands us words that lack blessing, respond with blessed, uplifting words. For example, yes, may God continue to bless you and me, or have a nice day. Gracious words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul and health to the body. Proverbs 16:24. Let us also be conscious of only sharing our happy stories. Please refrain from telling the other stories. Every time a story is retold, we are recreating it all over again and drawing it into the present, thus adding fuel to negativity. We are assisting in attracting more of it. In other words, the negative fire is kindled. Once an elderly gentleman came to my house and told me about his car accident from years ago. He offered to show me pictures of him injured. I invited him to show me pictures of all the good things in his life and explained to him that this will bring both of us greater joy. Let us share our happy stories as well as our dreams and desires. We will still have plenty to talk about. Our words create everything. Every word counts. When I was growing up, my parents often said to me, don't put every word on the golden scale. Whenever I questioned the silly words, my inner being knew that every word counts. Now I understand what they really meant by using this saying. I learned to remain neutral to silly phrases, although now I comprehend that the whole universe literally weighs every word. I am thankful that they gave me a questioning awareness of the power of the word. When we joke with our words, awareness is also necessary, as our words are always in creation mode. The author of this book chooses to speak only beautiful truth or use duct tape. Do you see a man who is hasty in his words? There is more hope for a fool than for he. Proverbs 29:20. The soothing tongue is a tree of life, but a perverse tongue crushes the spirit. Proverbs 15:4. The power of emotion. The universe is supernaturally created and designed to deliver our creations. This delivery system is a magnificent allowing and flowing force. It is free of emotion. It just exists. It is the same yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forever. It just is. God created, and we create our lives. We are the co-authors and co-creators of our lives. We are co-creators. God Himself has emotions, and because we are of God, we have His emotional power. Emotions are available to enhance our creations. Although we always have the choice to remain neutral, emotions help us to increase the speed of our creation and keep the focus on our intention behind our desires. Emotions influence our thoughts. Our creative words can further be propelled by emotions. Emotions are the driving force behind the word. According to the map of consciousness created by David R. Hawkins, MD, different emotions carry different frequencies. Positive emotions oscillate at higher frequencies. Enlightenment vibrates at over 700 hertz. Peace resonates around 600 hertz. Joy, 540 hertz. Love, 528 hertz. Acceptance, 350 hertz. And neutrality, 250 hertz. Whereas anger holds a lower vibration of around 150 hertz. Fear, 100 hertz. Grief, 75 hertz. Guilt, 30 hertz. Shame, 20 hertz. Thus, when we vibrate with peace, love, and joy, we are a stronger magnetic force. Every time we choose a positive emotion, we instantly match the vibrational field of the universe. We can consciously feel good by design and choose to feel good all the time. When we stand up tall, confident, and have a smile, we can match the physical expression of our body to our beautiful desires. If we desire greatness, let us feel greatness and exude greatness. Feel it, live it, walk it, love it. Again, we choose to remain neutral, as there is a peaceful power in neutrality. It is the state of calm well-being. It is our rest and reset vibration. We feel all is well when we are neutral. Our body communicates with us through feelings. Our feelings are lived out through our emotions. Emotions are our feelings made manifest. Feelings stimulate our emotional state. Thus, our gut feeling is our gauge that allows us to be aware whether we seek to move toward something or away from it. Our gut feelings are a gift. They allow us sensitivity to what we are experiencing. We can use two simple phrases to describe our major gut feelings. Either something feels good and we welcome more of it and move toward it, or we feel the opposite, when change is required, so we move away from it. Another way to put it is, this is my blessing, or this is someone else's blessing. On the way to the Florida Keys, a businessman took his wife, 3 teenage daughters, niece, and nephew deep-sea fishing. Like a seasoned fisherman, he found it a great blessing to be out at sea and feel the boat rolling in the waves. Instead of sitting in his office all day, he enjoyed being out fishing. What he wished to be a perfect family outing turned out to be a lesser blessing for half of his family. A smell of dead fish, the motion sickness overcame the girls. While for some people fishing is what they dream of doing for pleasure, others may prefer to enjoy fish underwater while scuba diving. When we are comparing people, places, and things, it is often best to say what we prefer and leave it at that. Refrain from commenting on the opposite of our preference. Let us bless whatever we like and allow in whatever feels right. Let us feel free to exercise our right to let anything pass that we prefer less of. Grant it to another, as it may be their blessing. We all have very unique desires. The power of our inner guidance system. Let us choose to make this our life of joy. I can have, be, and attract everything I choose. When we have faith and choose to live in joy, our clear, specific perspective appears. The true splendor of the power from whom we came is revealed. This universe is full of total possibilities. Man is often looking outside himself for the truth, when in fact the perfect guidance system is within. First, let us learn to listen to our inner self. Accessing the real truth can only come from within. Our gut feelings are our inner guidance system. This gut feeling expresses itself in one of two ways. It makes us feel good and compels us to move toward it, or the opposite, when we choose to move away from it. Let us choose to feel good right now. Let us choose to feel better and better all the time. When I was a student in Germany, my university had 3 partner universities abroad with 9 scholarship positions. My dream was always to study abroad, and 3 spots were open at Michigan State University, 1 spot at Judson University in Illinois, and 5 spots in India. I was doing well academically, yet others were doing better. Overhearing lots of conversations in the hallways, I realized almost everyone was eager to apply for the study abroad program. I thought going to India held the highest possibility, and so I was preparing myself mentally to go to India when I filled out my application. One evening before the application due date, I had a gut feeling directing me to be completely honest with myself. I said to myself that I deserved to follow my heart and do what feels right and best for me. I sat down and changed my whole application and applied to go to a university in the United States of America instead. I felt very confident about my application. The next few days were very exciting. I expected to receive a call to be interviewed for my spot at any time. I knew from previous years that my university usually asked the students why they consider themselves to be good candidates to be selected. However, my phone was quiet. Later, when I saw everyone standing in front of the bulletin board, I was pretty sure I had missed my chance. A great number of students were in the hallway blocking my view to the bulletin board when one of my classmates turned around and said, "Congratulations, they picked you." I was the only student chosen to attend Judson, a Christian university. Growing up in East Germany, I prayed for myself and perhaps attended church 3 times with my grandmother. Although I lived without a Bible, I had the inner knowledge that God exists. I always knew that He loves me and He desires to give me whatever I desire. He sent me to fill the only spot at Christian University. Further, He gave me the opportunity to do an internship in Florida before starting university in Illinois. Because of this, I now had my own Bible and all the English vocabulary I required to study in the United States. During my internship, I spent my first paycheck on scuba diving lessons because I always dreamt of seeing sharks underwater. Best of all, the seed of truth was planted. This all came true once I followed my gut feeling and started to be absolutely honest with myself as to what I really desire. Let us decide to fill out the applications that gain complete fulfillment for us and pass by the applications that hold only safe possibility. Again, the universe will deliver what we ask for. Ask for your highest aspiration. The power of starting new. We are currently here now. We came to this very moment through all the experiences and decisions we have made in our creation and called in up to this point. Welcome it all in with acceptance. Everything is perfect as it is right now. Let us experience the perfection of the moment, even if the perfection is presently hiding from our view. Focus on the beauty of the situation. Whatever yesterday felt like, let it go and move ahead with confidence. Start each day fresh. We are new every day. Enrich and embrace every moment with our positive thoughts, beautiful words, and renewed presence. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come. The old has gone. The new is here. 2 Corinthians 5:17. A few years back, my friend felt she was at odds with her neighbor. There was a point at which her neighbor informed her, "Be careful, your cat might disappear." She responded by putting up a big fence around her backyard. Years later, she wrote down in her journal, "I view my world friendly, and everyone loves me as much as I love myself." She started to radiate love and acceptance toward all. Soon after, her neighbor changed. From then on, he helped her. After laying pavers in her driveway, he even laid a sidewalk along her house leading to the backyard for free. We control everything with our mind. Forgiveness is a conscious, deliberate decision process, releasing feelings. It is our choice to vibrate with forgiveness. Love is freely and continually forgiving. God shows total forgiveness. Let us strive to be forever giving. Let us forgive ourselves. Let us free ourselves of all extra baggage. Let us give ourselves permission to be. Bear with each other and forgive one another if any of you have a grievance against someone. Forgive as the Lord forgave you. Colossians 3:13. Let us constantly choose to let the past be just that, and let each new moment be our now, a new experience full of possibilities. Every day is new. We are new every moment. We start every day in total forgiveness and with a clean white tablecloth. Neither do people pour new wine into old wineskins. If they do, the skins will burst. The wine will run out and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins, and both are preserved. Matthew 9:17. We are new wineskins when we allow God's light to flow through us. For this to be possible, we first shall allow all humanity to be exactly who they are. Each of us is a happy and whole being, filled with God's love and light. We choose to see the perfection in ourselves and everyone else just as we are in this very moment. Let us bring our focus inside ourselves at all times, because all the answers are already within. Let us be a new wineskin so that God can fill us and we can shine His light. This can happen when we are happily conscious of our thoughts, words, and deeds. Let our minds be open, calm, and relaxed. He desires us to be ready and willing to accept new wine that He offers. Our new wineskin is our new and fresh awareness. Let us shed yesterday's beliefs. This is an important concept and is repeated 3 times throughout the Bible. And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise the wine will burst the skins, and both the wine and the wineskins will be ruined. No, they pour new wine into new wineskins. Mark 2:22. And no one pours new wine into old wineskins. Otherwise the new wine will burst the skins, the wine will run out, and the wineskins will be ruined. Luke 5:37. The power of combination. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you. For everyone who asks receives. The one who seeks finds, and the one who knocks, the door will be opened. Matthew 7:7 and 8. Let us combine thinking, the thought, speaking the word, and writing it down. When combined, we can knock 3 times on the door of God's universe, showing how serious we are, and success is guaranteed. As an example of showing what is possible when applying the combination of knocking 3 times on the door of God's universe, here is a beautiful story from my teenage niece who created her college life exactly as she desired it and more. As I required help paying for college, the question was, what was I able to do about it? Going away to college and earning a 4-year degree was important to me, so I did the first 2 things I thought of: pray and focus. I kept my grades up and visited my college advisors several times a week, collecting information about colleges and other organizations and the scholarships they offered. I required a full-ride scholarship to make my dream of attending university a reality. Through research and information, I found out the number of full-ride scholarships was becoming more rare. It was a tall order to have college completely paid for through scholarships and grants. The summer before my senior year, I sat down with my family and we prayed and declared that I receive a full-ride scholarship and more to the college that was right for me. Senior year began. I kept faith that God had a plan and applied for many colleges and scholarships. The advisor told me about 2 scholarships in particular. One was from a private organization offering $8,000 a year. The other was an invitation-only scholarship for housing or tuition at California State University, Long Beach. Thus, I decided to apply there. I was chosen as the single nominee from my school to be considered for a private scholarship. I received both scholarships. The combination of the 2 scholarships and other grants had been more than enough to pay for all 4 years with extra money left for textbooks and school supplies. God's plan is certainly always perfect. This experience confirmed that God has a plan, and His universe will order things for our benefit and His glory. Numerous things lined up that were even beyond my asking. Many people have congratulated me for earning these scholarships. However, I know the credit goes to God and the miracles that He performs in our lives daily. God's powerful universe is full of such an abundance of resources that it is beyond our mind's comprehension. Let us keep asking. The power of the morphic field. The quantum world is all the particles around us, whereas the morphic field consists of the developed pathways energy travels along. It is the energy field created and used by our vibrations. The immediate energy grid surrounding us is called our morphic field. The morphic field is everywhere. It is influenced by our words and our thoughts. Let us imagine our morphic field as a vast field of tall grass. The energy vibrating in the grass is love. When we travel the same path back and forth, soon the grass is marked with our footprints. A clear path evolves from continuous travel. This clear path now is an imprinted route, which is easier and faster to traverse through than the rest of the grass field. In our brain, these routes are called neural pathways. Our receptive thoughts and words cut these paths in our morphic field. They shape our lives. Here is another way to visualize the morphic field. We each have our own individual grid, our own unique spider web that we have woven with our repetitive habits, beliefs, and thoughts. Let us consciously make sure that our paths are straight, accurate, blessed, and lead us to where we really desire to be. It is most efficient to form straight, direct, and conscious routes. When we commit to walking only along our new conscious selected paths, we will head directly toward our goals and our God. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will make straight your paths. Proverbs 3:6. Watch the path of your feet, and all your ways will be established. Proverbs 4:26. With positive thoughts and words, as well as clearly focused and stated desires, light and easy pathways are formed. We consciously imprint new paths with training and repetition, and soon the new paths are familiar and more comfortable to travel than the old ones. We actively retrain our subconscious. We are positively reshaping our thinking. The grass on the old paths will start to regrow and fill them in. Now our subconscious can use the new paths. Even when we are sleeping, it easily finds its way. Life is light and easy when we travel our rejoicing paths that lead to happiness and truth. This is when life feels good and flows abundantly, and our world is friendly. Albert Einstein reminded us that doing the same thing over and over brings the same results. We have the choice to imprint our morphic field with our desired good. Let's do it. The 9 steps to receive. All my life I understood and felt easily connected to the quantum world. It excited me. I played with it, and I called it in as my friend. I believed in it. I prayed to God who governs it. I depended on it. I leaned on it. I flowed with it. Everything appeared light and easy and exactly as I desired it all the time. I always knew there is a surrounding force in this world, and it matches my own frequencies. We vibrate harmoniously. I have witnessed many miracles since I started to actively and consciously live fully aware in this friendly world of quantum physics, light and vibrational frequencies. I know it is my gift to make it light and easy for people to understand, connect with, and make use of this force, the quantum world. My life's work is to help people vibrate at a higher frequency, allowing their unique personal vibrations to return to their intrinsic state and harmoniously resonate with health. Each vibration becomes a more powerful life force. I use harmonic waves to encourage balance between our personal vibrations and the universal frequencies. Changing our minds and beliefs along with optimizing our words will correct the vibrations we emit to the universe. The universe has a perfect language, and when we speak this language, we have beautiful communication power. My wish is to share my insights about the quantum world with all humanity. I wish for everyone to understand the power of the universe. In this section, I present my simple-to-follow 9-step recipe, allowing everyone to easily create their desired outcomes. Our mission is to rediscover who we are and to regain control of our own experiences. Each of us can investigate our inner self and choose to bring glory to our life. When our consciousness is pure, then God's perfect consciousness can and will enter and light our lives. As I said earlier, God reminds us to be a new wineskin repeatedly in the Holy Bible. After hearing this wonderful recording, we encourage you to purchase Ask and You Shall Receive by Receive Joy, or purchase the audiobook in full version. Here are the 9 steps to follow in order to consciously create. 1. Connect. Plug into God's almighty gift, the power of the universe, and discover your life's purpose. 2. Declare. Be clear about what you truly seek and ask for it. Have faith, focus, and be courageous. 3. Dominate. Receive your inheritance and put on your crown. Believe. 4. Be calm. Align your head with your heart. Have peace. 5. Take action. Focus on your breath and let the how be up to God. Let Him wow us with the how. 6. Lead with love. Let us love ourselves first. Have grace. 7. Bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Have mercy. 8. Expect the miracle in every moment. Know the truth. Be conscious of what you create and allow yourself to receive your desires. 9. Have fun and celebrate. Enjoy your creation and rejoice. Trust God. Over the past 40 years, I've had plenty of occasions to play around and have fun with my creating. I once challenged myself to recreate an exact experience I had before. It was December, and my girlfriend had invited me to attend her office Christmas party. The party was held on a casino ship where we were invited to eat dinner and gamble. Her company gave each employee and guest $50 to gamble with. My friend and I have little interest in gambling, and over dinner we discussed if gambling or keeping the money was more appealing to us. A memory came to me from a time years ago when I was in Las Vegas, and at the last minute before leaving the casino, I put $3 coins into the slot machine and won the jackpot. I had the fun thought to recreate this experience. I waited to hear the final call for gambling because the ship was docking shortly. I put my quarter in a slot machine and won the jackpot just as I had 25 years early in Las Vegas. In both of the experiences, I just pulled the lever once and won the jackpot. I modeled my behavior from the first success I had. Matched the thought processes. Duplicated the physiology I used just prior to winning the jackpot years before. Stood the way I stood. Breathed the same way. Centered myself. Spoke the same words. Felt the same feeling, chose to have absolute faith in my desired outcome. Step 1. Connect. If we have a wonderful electrical device, let us plug it in and connect it to an active power source. Only then is it useful. We plug in the cord and connect. What if we are wonderful devices ourselves and we can connect to and harness all power? In order to make the most of our device, our earthly life, let us connect to the gift. Connect to His righteousness. The strongest power source in this world is the power of the universe. God is the power. He is the power of the universe. He is the gift. He designed this universe as a perfect delivery system already stocked with total abundance of love, happiness, health, and wealth. Our first choice and opportunity is to plug in and connect to Him. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Matthew 6:33. God promises us that after we are plugged in, we receive two gifts. First, we receive His righteousness. This means we receive His truth, and the truth shall set us free. His truth is perfection, perfection of health, wealth, relationships, and wisdom. It sets us free to live peacefully, lovingly, kindly, and joyfully, as well as boldly and courageously. The second gift we receive is all these things shall be added to you. What are these things? What things? In the Holy Bible, God has left space in creation for each of us to write our own story, our own list of things. Are we clear on our goals and desires for our life? Picture the grand doors to your perfect life swinging open. What do they reveal? What are your life's dreams and desires? This book will help to encourage you to create and define a direction and plan for your life. Pause this recording for a moment and take time to visualize what your grand doors may reveal. Receive Joy plays with this exercise in more depth in the book Connect to the Light, and a guided audio version is available on the Connect to the Light meditation recording. Along the path of studying, working, marriage, raising children, and tending to loved ones, we might forget what lies behind our doors. With constant meditation and focus, we are able to visualize our own heart's desires more clearly. We all know that what we focus on, we will receive more of. Thus, focus well. To begin, we can answer several questions for ourselves. Am I focused? Do I have a life's mission? Do I have a current personal mission statement? Have I defined my life's purpose? Pick up your pen and answer these questions. How do we even find our life's purpose? Everyone has a definite purpose in their life. It is important to take the time to acknowledge and then embrace our personal purpose. Let us explore and articulate our definite life's purpose. To find our life's purpose, we start by being aware of what we enjoy. This will enable us to define ourselves. Start with an awareness of what you enjoy. The following questions will help guide you to rediscover yourself. Take a piece of paper or your journal and write down your answers to the following questions. Are you an indoor person or an outdoor person? Do you enjoy living in the city or outside of the city? Do you prefer the ocean or the mountains? Do you prefer a beach house or a cabin in the woods? Do you like warm weather or cold weather? Sunshine, rain, snow, the tropics or the desert? What is your favorite season? If you can live anywhere in the world, where will it be? If you have a second home, where will it be? Do you prefer animals or people? Do you prefer to be with other people or to be alone? Do you enjoy working with youth or the elderly? What talents do you have? What are your hobbies? What sports do you enjoy? Do you prefer music or dancing? Do you like listening to music or playing music yourself? Do you enjoy taking pictures or making home videos? Do you prefer reading or watching movies? Do you enjoy learning or teaching? Are you a seminar enthusiast? Do you enjoy making or eating food? Cooking or baking? Do you enjoy spa treatments? Are you the giver or receiver of the spa treatments? Do you prefer to give time or money to charitable causes? What types of charities are you attracted to? What are you good at? What truly makes you happy? What do you do for fun? What do you do for hours and it seems like only minutes? What causes you to jump out of bed energetically, enthusiastically in the morning? This is your passion. Start collecting data on yourself. Start collecting data on your personal happiness. Pause the recording now and write your own fun list. This list contains things that make your heart sing. Next, create a second list of who I am, and then a third list of my ideal self. This list contains every attribute of who you desire to be. Continually add to your lists. Pause the recording now and fill in your lists. Now, circle the top 5 most important words on your lists. Formulate your mission statement using these 5 words. The following easy format will help you. Start with, my divine mission is to blank. For myself and others. For example, my divine mission is to give and receive joy and experience health for myself and others through rediscovering the truth. A second example, my divine mission is to share happiness with the universe. If we are ordering a pizza, we tell the person taking our order our exact desires. Do we like cheese crust? Do we prefer extra toppings? Are we a meat lover? Do we prefer only vegetables? Often in our life's pizza parlor, we just walk in, sit down, and talk to our friends. And because they have already ordered a pizza, we accept their order. When that pizza is served, we end up eating someone else's pizza, even if we honestly prefer a different pizza for ourselves. Let us always order our own pizza with all the delicious toppings we desire. When a friend of mine from the Miracle Group was pondering what to do next with her life, she prayed for guidance and asked God, "What shall I do? Show me in a way that I will understand." Shortly after, she was with a friend who was experiencing strong sensations in his back, and she offered to massage him. After the massage was done, the friend asked her if she gave massages professionally. He told her, "You give an amazing massage. Please become a massage therapist." This sparked a new idea. My friend liked the idea and went online to search for schools and tuition fees. She emailed many schools. One school called her the same day and invited her for an interview. The representatives of the school explained the program, and my friend told them her vision. She was accepted immediately. She inquired about the cost, which was $22,000. She thanked the gentleman very much and said that she required time to consider this type of investment. He said the school had a financial aid department and suggested she stop there to inquire if it was possible for her to obtain a loan. She applied, was accepted, received a loan that very day, and the classes started the following week. She was also enrolled in the best class they offered. The more time she spent at school, the more she liked it. She often thought to herself, "This is my thing. It feels so good." Now she is a licensed massage therapist. Let us open our minds and hearts in prayer and allow God to speak to us and ask Him to assist us with our life's purpose. When my kids were very young, we moved into a new house. They were jumping on our new king-size bed. They were yelling with joy, "We are so glad we are millionaires. It's so much fun to be a millionaire." The patio door was wide open. As I entered the room, I heard their loud, energetic voices declaring their desires. I thought for a very brief moment, what will the neighbors think? 1 second later, I corrected my thought. Let them chant and create whatever they desire in their ingenious lives. I wondered, at that age of 1, 3, and 4, if they even knew what a millionaire is. 15 years later, it is a reality. They are millionaires. God wishes us to joyously declare whatever is our heart's desire. Sing it, dance it, jump on a bed. Let us check that we remain connected to God throughout the day through prayer. Be encouraged to further develop a personal relationship with God. Once we invite Him in our heart, ask Him to stay here all day long. Let us keep our channel of communication open to Him. Once we are connected and the channel is open, we are plugged in and will continue to prosper. Now we are set up to ask and receive. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Step 2. Declare. A navigation system using the Global Position System, GPS, is very beneficial. It guides us and keeps us on track. The device is a receiver for unique signals emitted from 24 satellites orbiting the Earth. When we enter an exact address in the navigation system, the GPS signal first helps us to determine our location and then finds ways to our destination. It provides the how to arrive there. To reach a definite location, we enter in every detail of the address, starting with the country, then adding the state, city, and street, including the street number. If anything is left out, we might end up in a different place. The same holds true for our creations. We shall ask in detailed declaration. The more detail we add in, the faster and more accurately we reach our targeted outcome. God is our navigation system for life. We supply the address, detailed goals. He supplies the guidance and the path to achieve our destination, our goals. Once we are plugged in and have declared an exact address in our navigation system, whichever way we turn in life, we will end up at our desired destination. If we miss a turn anywhere along the way, it will lead us right back to the right path toward our destination. We can make as many stops as we wish along our life's journey. Eventually, we will arrive at our destination. Let us ask by declaring our desires. Remember, every word counts. Everything happens when we ask. The universe gently flows and waits for us to organize our thoughts and ask. Then it goes into action and shakes out whatever we order. It pulls from all its resources of all existence, past, present, and future. It combines and processes our order. Total focused intention, coupled with strong positive will, leads to fast delivery. The clearer and more detailed we are with our orders, the more we will recognize them and truly know that they are ours when they appear. In our miracle group, one member had us second the asking for her to regain contact with an old friend who moved away. She desired her friend's forwarding information. A week later, she received a Christmas card from this friend, and that had her new mailing information on the envelope. Now they are back in contact. When we ask with a clear intention, we receive a fast answer. The question then becomes, what do we honestly desire? We are the authors of our life. Anything worth doing is worth writing about first. Thomas Edison filled over 1,000 notebooks with his thoughts, words, and diagrams. We still have notebooks from Leonardo da Vinci. All his genius is recorded on paper, pages upon pages. It is often said that success leaves clues. People who we recognize as successful all wrote their ideas down. We certainly are thankful the Bible was written down. Of all the glory God left us, the most important thing He left us in physical form is the Bible, and when we open it up, it is full of words. Knock 3 times, think the thought, speak the word, and write it down. It is proven that the most successful people write everything down, thus calling it into existence. A study conducted by psychology professor Dr. Gail Matthews at Dominican University in San Rafael, California, and presented in 2015, reported that those participants who wrote down their goals accomplished significantly more than those who refrained from putting them in writing. Let us take paper with us everywhere we go or carry our journal. If all we have is ourselves, we can use our finger as a pen and the air as our paper. Let us always write it down. A friend of mine shared his story of manifesting his dream. When he first moved to England, he took a 2-week vacation and toured 5 countries. After arriving in Lucerne, Switzerland, he saw the picturesque mountains overlooking a peaceful lake, and he declared, "One day I will live here." Upon returning to England, he met his lovely wife, who was born and raised in Lucerne, Switzerland. Now, after living 50 years in England, they are retired and living happily in Lucerne. My condo was on the market for 4 months. I knew exactly why it was still for sale. I was mentally attached to the condo. In a thoughtful moment, I made up my mind to finally release it. I asked myself what my conditions to release it were. First, the buyers will love it as much as I do. Second, they will pay the asking price in cash. And third, they will move in immediately, making certain that I will honor the sale. I declared my 3 desired parameters in writing, sank down on my knees, and prayed over them as I went to bed at 11:30 p.m. The next morning at 8:30, my real estate agent called saying my condo had an offer on it. For my asking price, the buyers were willing to pay cash, and they desired to move in 3 days. They still live there today and love the condo as much as I did. A few years after my condo sold, neighbors from my new neighborhood were visiting me, and they told me their house had been on the market for months, and they really desired it to sell. I shared the story of my condo selling overnight. They immediately went home, wrote down the house is already sold. They visualized it sold and imagined how excited they were in their new home. Their house sold the same week, and they joyfully came over to tell me that the 9-step method really works. Act in total faith and become courageous. God served my sister a lesson of faith as she was walking Daytona Beach. A woman walking toward her called out to watch for whales far out on the horizon. That sounded wonderful to her. She dearly loved seeing wildlife on beach walks. She diligently scanned the horizon. Where were the whales? She proceeded on her walk, enjoying the fresh air, sand, and surf. She playfully declared to God and His powerful universe her deep desire to see a whale. However, she said to Him, "With my eyesight, God, please help me by bringing the whale a whole lot closer than the horizon for me to see." She continued to walk and slowly became aware of what she thought was a dolphin paralleling her walk, traveling only slightly faster than she, giving her ample opportunity to observe and appreciate it. It appeared to be a very large black dolphin, unique to any she had seen before. It cruised straight through the waves with its head, fin, and back continually exposed, significantly different than the typical way dolphins swim. She reveled in this sighting, enjoying and studying it as a new experience. She walked with the mammal. The sand, beach, and other walkers around her were completely forgotten. My sister left the beach that morning praising the Lord for all the fantastic wildlife He had shared with her, including the dolphin that swam close along the shore. God most likely was shaking His head, chuckling to Himself and asking, "How much more obvious can I make this for her?" 2 days later, upon her return to town, she read in one of the local newspapers an article mentioning the rare presence along the coast of a large number of small black whales. The article included a photo. There in the photo was the entire pod of her very black, very large dolphins. God's universe is indeed precious and powerful. Can we have total faith to accept the desired whale, or do we settle for the dolphin? Can we go for the gold all the time? There is so much faith. Faith is everywhere. It is free. We can lean on God and others if our faith requires recharging. Right-minded, positive people reignite our faith. My sister's whale story inspired a friend from my miracle group to be more courageous. After hearing this story, my girlfriend declared to all her friends in her miracle group, "I will sell my house for more than the asking price." She also declared it to her agent, who told her that she had priced her house as the most expensive house in the neighborhood and pleaded with her to reconsider the price. The house was decorated in a European style with much love for detail. My friend really desired to sell her house and make extra money for a Qigong retreat she wished to attend. The final payment was due within a week. She replied, "This is my house, and I will ask whatever price I desire. In fact, I will sell it for more than the asking price." Two interested parties came to see the house and fell in love with it. One gave an offer right away. As the second party was ready to hand in their offer, my friend told them, "I already have an offer. Make me your best offer." The offer the second party made was $8,000 more than the original asking price. This extra money was more than enough to pay for the Qigong retreat. Her story may be a boost for everyone reading it to have greater faith and courage. Therefore, since we have been justified through faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom we have gained access by faith into this grace in which we now stand, and we boast in the hope of the glory of God. Romans 5:2. Step 3. Dominate. We are created and born to win, more than just the first and second quarter of the game, the whole game. We are winners. We deserve the feeling of triumph, success, and accomplishment. Our vibrational field is set up to triumph over everything. We all start out at our best, 100% perfect. The only obstacles detouring us from successfully achieving our accomplishments are our own thoughts. In the first page of the Bible, God gave us dominion over the earth. Then God said, "Let us make men in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." Genesis 1:26. Again in Genesis 1:28, "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." Genesis 1:28. Twice he repeated his desire for us to rule over this earth, to show us how important this was to him. God gave us this life to reign. We are the children of God. I serve a very big God. How about you? My God delivers 100% of the time. With him, success is guaranteed. God shows up in a huge way. He is a miracle maker. The only way he works is supernaturally. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Mark 11:24. It is our birthright to dominate. We deserve whatever good we consciously ask for. Let us put our crown back on, and the world will bow. Let us walk in our inheritance. Let us honor him with it. If we buy our kids new shoes, we receive joy, great joy, when we see them wearing their new shoes. Let us envision ourselves having breakfast with God. We sit down with our Heavenly Father at the table. We are his children. The Spirit himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. Romans 8:16. God is King, so we are all princes and princesses. Do not be afraid, little flock, for your Father has been pleased to give you the kingdom. Luke 12:32. And he said, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Matthew 18:3. Let us put our royal cape on, wear our crowns, and keep our signet ring on our finger. As we sit down with our Abba Father, he will ask us, "What are your plans for today?" We share with him the things we intend to enjoy during the day. He will also ask us what grand plans we have for our future. Let us tell him our desires, our biggest plans, and ask him for help. When breakfast is finished, he blesses us. Go in love and have fun. As we go through our day, let us do so with authority. Have fun and keep our crown on. We are free to enjoy this day. Leave the bigger plans and the how it will happen for God to create. If we lose our glory for a moment, we just stand back up and put our crown back on. He reminds us to keep our royal crown on at all times. Then he can see us and be with us throughout the day. Most mornings, I stand as I am leaving the breakfast table and say, "I leave it up to you, God, to wow me." Every single day is a new creation. Every day we are new. In the morning, Lord, you hear my voice. In the morning I lay my requests before you and wait expectantly. Psalms 5:3. Every morning let us lay out a new white tablecloth to have breakfast with God. Yesterday's tablecloth is rolled up and thrown out. Please ask yourself, what shall I do today to allow more peace in my life? What am I willing to empty from my pockets before starting new? What if this is the only day I have? What will it look like? Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. The old has passed away. Behold, the new has come. 2 Corinthians 5:17. An investor was instituting legal proceedings against my friend's husband and his two partners on a stagnant investment. This lawsuit was for $600,000. My friend had adamantly written down that they were going to win a financial settlement she can handle. That was all there was to it. It was moving her way, and she said, I shall settle today because I can accomplish everything I desire. Period. This lawsuit was to be settled even before choosing the jury. When they arrived at the court that day, the other party offered to settle for $300,000. They all convened in the hallway. The two partners said, no way. They went back into the court. The attorneys were trying to keep it from going to trial. Their next offer was $200,000. The two partners said, no, we will go to trial. They were ready to choose the jury at that point, and when the defendants made one last settlement attempt for $100,000, split three ways, $33,333.33 was her only obligation. Her side accepted, and the case was settled out of court. It ended quite favorably, as she had asked. A friend's husband had invested in a piece of property when the economy collapsed in 2008 and property values plummeted. The property was now worth only 10 cents on the dollar. The bank was owed $100,000 on a property now worth $10,000. There was little means for paying this amount owed to the bank. My friend's husband was forced to close his office and was no longer able to communicate with investors or bankers. Consequently, he depended on his wife to negotiate on his behalf. The bank desired this project off their books. They were seeking some kind of fair settlement. The banker called my friend one day and said, just offer something ridiculous. She said, what does that mean? And he repeated, just make an offer, a ridiculous offer. She questioned what a ridiculous offer on a $100,000 debt was. She asked a couple of her business friends who suggested $10,000 to $15,000 as a fair offer. Her creation power kicked in at that point, and she declared that her ridiculous offer was $2,500. The banker said, I'll check with my people and call you back. The next day he called to say they accepted your offer of $2,500. A miracle for sure. My daughter took German in college for one semester. One day after taking an exam, she returned home and realized she had forgotten to turn it in. She was almost in tears because she had studied so diligently for the test. She asked me, Mom, what can I do? I asked her, what are you seeking? She replied, I wish for this test to be handed in to the teacher. I encouraged her to state her ultimate desire. Do you think God requires a piece of paper to give you an A? Is 100% in the grade book what you are really looking for? She answered, yes, Mom. I proposed, let us ask God in His universe in writing for 100% in the grade book. She wrote it down. 2 weeks later, when the teacher handed back the test, she said to my daughter, I am missing your test. I know you were here, and since you are the best student in the class, I put 100% in the grade book. The words the teacher spoke back to my daughter are the exact words she wrote down. As you believe and ask, so shall it be. Step 4. Be calm. Align your head with your heart. This is the most important step. In order to attract or manifest, the calmer we are and the more peace we welcome into our life, the easier things flow towards us. The more peaceful and calm we are, the more we increase our ability to receive. Let us be in a relaxed state to recognize and receive our blessings. Let us align our emotions with our desired feelings, allowing both to head in the same direction. The road of creation flows in one direction only. The universe is divinely inspired to flow with a hypnotic rhythm in one direction. In nature, everything flows in one direction at a time. For example, the planets rotate and revolve in only one direction. Vines grow consistently in the same direction around a tree, and rivers flow from the mountains to the sea or a lake. Our emotions may tend to be affected by other people with our desire to please them, while our gut feelings are attached to God's almighty power. Honoring our first gut feeling is an area where most of us can use some practice. We know what is right for us. Let us stay true to our righteous gut feelings. Let us find our true north and head in that direction. Let us choose to develop a clear awareness by paying renewed attention to our gut. As mentioned before, the fastest way to receive anything is to knock 3 times. Think the thought, speak the word, and write it down in positive words. After we have ordered our desires from the ether in this manner, temporarily forget about them and relax. Becoming calm allows our mind and body to enter a peaceful state of neutrality. There is a wonder in this step. Sit back and relax. Your order has been sent out and confirmed. The delivery is on its way. It is as easy as dining out at a restaurant. We choose our food from the menu, place our order, relax, and just expect the order to show up. Does wondering if our food will be delivered have an influence on the speed of the delivery? Most often we are so busy talking to our friends that our food just shows up. When it comes, we may even be surprised at what we ordered. I am often asked if it is necessary to ask repetitively to reaffirm the same request. Remember times when we are in the car and the kids keep asking every 3 minutes, "Are we there yet?" The repetitive askings has zero influence on how fast we arrive. God has perfect hearing. He hears us the first time. We are His children. This is the confidence we have in approaching God, that if we ask anything according to His will, He hears us. And if we know that He hears us, whatever we ask, we know that we have what we asked of Him. 1 John 5:14 and 15. The question is, do we have enough self-confidence to listen to ourselves? Whenever my youngest daughter loses something, she keeps very calm. For example, she has a small souvenir rock the size of a thumb from Belize that she values a lot. She has lost it many times because she carries it around in her pocket and sets it down in places. Over the years, it has been lost in the car or in the hotel rooms. Whenever this happens, she tells herself, "It's okay, I'll find it." Many times lost and found, she still has the rock to this day. A woman in my town was contacted by the county and asked to remove certain bushes because they were outlawed recently. She inquired as to who was to pay for the removal. She was told that she herself was responsible to pay the expenses. She hung up the phone. She calmed herself, focused her thoughts, called the county back, and declared to them that they may happily remove the bushes for free and enhance her yard. She was told by the county again to take care of it herself. The next morning, county workers rang her doorbell, and she saw that the bushes had been removed and new plants had been put in their place for free. Her calm confidence attracted her desire immediately. Let us transmit our ideas with clarity to the universe. Building a safety net or having a plan B may confuse the process. Continuously have confidence in our declared goals. Otherwise, we may create and call in confusion. Our just-in-case plans B, C, D, and so on are only there to make us feel better. God always creates it right the first time. The calmer we are, the more clearly our frequencies transmit. Let us focus on our breath, relax our breathing, smile and keep calm. Let it go and let life flow. Be in peace. All is well. For God is not a God of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. Step 5. Take action. Focus on your breath. It is our joy in this creation to call in what we do desire. As with a satellite signal, if our GPS device is out of range, Sometimes all that is necessary is to move our car just a bit to receive the signal. If we feel that we are disconnected in any way from the power, and we feel that we desire help to receive the signal, we can simply exhale and gently relax. Any action we take is a perfect action. I simply exhale. This calming motion helps regain neutrality. Let us be aware of our breath in the moment. Let us take 3 deep breaths and only focus on our inhalation and our exhalation. Let us do it right now. Relax and soften your shoulders. Gently touch your tongue to the roof of your mouth. Breathe in and out through your nose. Take a full breath deep in your diaphragm. Push your belly out as you inhale. Push your bottom down into your chair. Imagine the oxygen reaching every cell in your body. Softly hold your breath a short moment. Flatten your belly as you exhale gently. Relax your shoulders even more. Repeat this breathing pattern 3 times. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Throughout the day, repeat this pattern as often as you wish. When we breathe deeply into our diaphragm, the lymph system is able to move the toxins out of our system. In this sense, deep breathing will move both our physical waste and our mental waste, helping us to become more calm. Lack of peace makes our body acidic, whereas being aligned and calm enhances the alkaline state of the body. Most of our body's functions, such as our digestion, are beautifully maintained when the body is alkaline. Being in constant fight or flight mode may keep us acidic. The frontal lobe is the area of the brain responsible for decision making. It functions best when we are calm. God is in our breath. God gave us the breath of life as our first gift. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Genesis 2:7. This breath of life is source light energy. God is with us now in each breath, and he is with us only now, because there is only now. Relax, let go, and let God embrace you. Remember, God created us as human beings. Somehow we reimagined ourselves as human doings. The Spirit of God has made me. The breath of the Almighty gives me life. Job 33:4. Once we have completed the first 4 steps, our order is placed. How it will be delivered is up to God. How it comes to us is secondary. Most important is that we allow ourselves to receive our goals. This is beautifully demonstrated in the parable of the growing seed in Mark 4. He also said, "That is what the kingdom of God is like. A man scatters seed on the ground. Night and day, whether he sleeps or gets up, the seed sprouts and grows, though he does not know how. All by itself the soil produces grain, first the stalk, then the head, then the full kernel in the head. As soon as the grain is ripe, he puts the sickle to it, because the harvest has come." Mark 4:26-34. When the Christmas season was just about a month away and I was thinking about all the goodies being served, I decided to give my body a chance to rest and relax. I started a detox in which I only drank fresh pressed green juices. I juice once in a while because I really like the energy and the taste of green juices. However, cleaning the juicer is less than appealing to me, and sometimes the blade sticks. This drew my attention to the new juicers now available. One company I researched offered a chance to win a free juicer. I entered the competition, then I wrote down in declaration, "I have a new fancy juicer for free that is really easy to clean." The next morning I visited one of my friends, and we talked about her new focus on minimalism and how she currently wished to keep only what she really uses regularly in her house. She told me that she had decided to give away her fancy juicer. She had only used it 3 times, because she prefers her blender. That day, I won my free, easy-to-clean juicer from my girlfriend. After we place our order, let us relax and surrender, knowing that the universe has the how in the works. Let us release all our thoughts regarding our order and trust that it will be delivered. One night, many years ago, I was dressed to go out with my friends as a snowstorm dropped 6 inches of fresh snow on our Wisconsin home. As I was about to leave the house, my mother asked me, "Are you going somewhere? The driveway is snowed in and our street is full of snow." I calmly declared my desire to go dancing and prayed for a quick resolution. Then I put on my boots, grabbed a shovel, and stood in the driveway, saw the city snowplow coming by, whistled loudly, waved my arm to direct them up our driveway. With one sweep, our driveway was plowed. Then the snowplow went back on the road to plow our street. I immediately walked back inside and switched my boots to my dancing shoes. My mother asked me, "Are you done shoveling the driveway already?" I replied, "It's all done." She went to the door and to her amazement found our driveway plowed and the street clear. All she said to me was, "You've done it again." With a smile on my face, I went dancing. After we place numerous orders, we're in practice, and our trust in the universe will continually develop. Just breathe. All that is required is to be calm and to breathe. Give thanks to the Lord, for He is good. His love endures forever. Psalm 118:1. This psalm marks the middle of the Bible and reminds us to sing praise unto Him. Let us hymn Him daily and watch our life grow miraculously. Every loving, aligned action taken to bless and be blessed through our word or deed is the perfect action. Let love power us. Step 6. Lead with love. Let us love ourselves first. The first commandment in the New Testament says, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and with all your mind and with all your strength." Mark 12:30. The second commandment in the New Testament says, "Love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these." Mark 12:31. After fulfilling the first commandment, let us concentrate on the second one. Love yourself first in order to love others. Prior to an airplane taking off, the flight attendant reminds us that in the event of an emergency, to first put on our own air mask before we assist others. Why do the airlines remind us to help ourselves first? Another example to show this is through using our bank account. Money is first deposited in our account before writing good checks. Yet another way to put this, we can only jump in after a swimmer to rescue them if we are capable swimmers ourselves. First our cup shall be full before it runneth over. This demonstrates that the latter part of God's second commandment, "As you love yourself," is mandatory before we can fulfill the first part of the commandment. Are we loving ourselves so that our neighbors can be blessed? When I shared this step with my sister, she humorously responded by saying, "Oh, my poor neighbor. As I am so busy taking care of everyone else, I spend little time loving myself." How about the rest of us? Are we taking enough time and are we making a continual practice of truly loving ourselves? We can only love our neighbors as much as we love ourselves. We are our own most critical judges. Instead, let us be our biggest fans. We have to cheer ourselves on. Go me, go me. Remember, we are exactly where we are meant to be in every moment. Stand in front of your mirror each day and tell yourself such things as, "I love you. I am beautiful or handsome. I am aware. I am awesome. I am a genius. I am happy. I am healthy. I live in a friendly world. I create great things. I am wealthy. I am fulfilled. I am satisfied. I am perfect. God loves me." Always smile at yourself. Be kind to yourself. Accept what is and joyfully own your physical body. Let us be our own cheerleader. Practice being happy and content alone with ourselves, because there is only me and my God in my hall of mirrors. What I create is reflected back to me. That is how we came into this world and how we will go out. Let us start practicing being alone with God in joy. Let us be comfortable with ourselves. Let us feel good about ourselves. Let us be connected to our inner self. Let us be in tune. Let us appreciate ourselves. Let us know our value. Let us allow ourselves to be worthy of His heavenly kingdom. God made us worthy. We deserve everything we desire. Our desires desire us. Everyone is perfect all the time. We are one humanity. God's almighty Holy Spirit within us loves us. The Holy Spirit in us loves all. Love is who we are. Anything else is an illusion. If you desire encouragement, tell yourself how great you are. Ask others to remind you of your greatness. You can also use our Receive Joy meditations, affirmations, and inspirations. Since we have total control over our emotional choices, we first shall understand that love is our option. Believing and having faith in ourselves is a choice. Whatever stands in front of us in our lives, we always have choices because we always have control over our actions and our reactions. Where we focus our intention is our choice and most important decision. Focus on the delicious, plump, juicy, full bunches of grapes in our lives and leave the dry, shriveled raisins alone. Focus on the positive charge of every atom. The negative charge is mandatory for the balance of the universe. It is our choice where we focus and where our focus goes. The attitude we choose while we focus makes a big difference. The emotion we put behind our focused intentions accelerates or slows down the receiving process. One day, when I was in the middle of my 5-minute couch time, discussed in detail in Part 3, an interesting thought came to me. I love myself so much. I deserve loving neighbors. They love me. How can I create loving neighbors? Maybe my focus when I moved in more than 15 years ago was internal. Now I choose to broaden my blessings and start over. Because I practiced to love myself so much over the years, I ask the universe to allow whatever is necessary for my neighbors to love me as much as I love myself. The very next morning, a for sale sign went up in their yard. Those former neighbors desirably moved away. I love my new neighbors, and they love me. The more we love ourselves, the friendlier our world becomes. Let us love ourselves with grace. Step 7. Bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Dr. Emoto's work with water samples shows us that all water in and around us is imprintable. Thus, with our kind words and positive intentions, our world has the opportunity to be transformed into a kind, loving, friendly place. To do this, bless everyone and everything with love and gratitude by saying, "Thank you and bless you." Thank you and bless you, God. Thank you and bless you, family. Thank you and bless you, friends. Thank you and bless you, my country. Thank you and bless you, all humanity. I love you. Bless all water to imprint it with good. Thank you, water. Thank you, oceans. Thank you, ponds, lakes, rivers, and streams. You are beautiful. Bless nature. Say, I love you to the animals, the trees, the plants, and grounds, and all of nature surrounding us. Bless everything as it serves us throughout the day. Thank you, beautiful water, for hydrating me. Thank you, bed, for my comfortable rest. Thank you, chair, for supporting me. Thank you, computer, for assisting me. I love and thank you, tree, for providing shade. I am grateful for the roof over my head. I love you, house. You serve me well, and so on. Bless all objects and thank them for their service in your life. Go even further and name everything. Name your car, your plants, your house, as well as everything in it and everything you own. Naming everything creates love toward it. Let us imprint love everywhere. A client of mine told me that the paperwork on her desk was stacking up more and more. She told herself, I have to clean my desk every time she saw it. The reason it was still awaiting her was that the task had little appeal and excitement. After I shared this step with her, she went home and started to say, "I love you," to all her papers and her desk. She simply changed her thoughts and spoke kind words whenever she walked past her desk. By the following weekend, she had spoken enough love and joy over it that she sat down and cleared her entire desk. The woman called me afterwards to tell me that she was amazed how easy the experience was. She is happy and delighted that she cleaned it all up and invited me over to see her neat desk. Love and gratitude are vibrationally two of the strongest positive words on earth. When frozen by Dr. Emoto and his team, each word forms the most beautiful water crystals, and even more so when combined. Water showed Dr. Emoto that the powerful vibrations of sincere love and gratitude create a strong resonance that will purify or restructure water into balance and harmony. The pure vibrational resonance of the words love and gratitude have effects similar to the vibrations high-frequency electrolysis devices have on purifying water. When we decide to focus on love and gratitude, it immediately changes our emotional state. When we decide to look at every event or person with love and gratitude, our feelings toward them can only be positive. Again, it is our choice to bless everything and everyone. Remember, all that is in our lives, be it in the past, present, or future, is our own co-creation. Please take a moment to make a list of all that you are grateful for in this moment and add to it continually. Always remember to even be thankful for the obvious. Do you have eyes to see the beauty around you? Do you have a mouth to speak blessings? Do you have ears to listen to the joy that surrounds you? Do you have feet to walk on? Do you have a heart to love? Let us have fun with another writing exercise. I call it praying through your life. Fold a paper in half vertically. Open it up again. In the left margin, list everyone in your life. In the right margin, next to their name, identify the greatest blessing they have brought to you. Write one or two good words that define the blessing of that person in your life. For example, when I think of my mother, I think of loving and caring, and when I think of my father, giver comes to mind immediately. After you are done with the list, pray these words over each person in true gratitude and make a habit of thanking them for their blessing in your life. Dear God, thank you for blank in my life, and thank you for their gift of blank. Use all the energy around our relationship for the greater good, and leave me with their gift of blank. Whenever you desire encouragement and joy, pull out that list, fold it in half vertically, and concentrate on the right column of all the blessings that fill your life. To take this game a step further and make it even more fun, take a pack of small note cards and write a single blessing on each one. Punch a hole in the corner and string them on a necklace. Wear the necklace and feel all the blessings in your life penetrate your heart. Receive Joy offers an online class called Let's Begin, where this exercise and other exercises from this book are shown step by step to inspire you to create your own necklace. The following is my friend's story shared as a true reminder that the first step in any manifestation is to come from a place of gratitude. Shortly after our move to St. Petersburg, Florida in 1999, my wonderful husband gifted me with a beautiful 3-carat marquise diamond ring. He saw it in the window of a jewelry store near our favorite grocery provider and invited me to go and take a look. Of course, I, like most women, said yes to such a gesture and went home with my new beautiful ring. We moved to New Mexico in 2009, and 5 years later we were back visiting Florida to see friends. My husband again walked by the same jewelry store and saw a lovely diamond ring in the same window. I was the only one who knew my longing for a pear-shaped diamond ring, as I appreciated with great love the magnificent ring I had. He returned to our friend's home where we were staying and excitedly told me, "Let's go back to our jewelry store and bring the checkbook." The lovely 3-carat pear-shaped diamond ring fit perfectly on my hand. The jeweler had just put the ring in the window the previous day and was happy to take my marquise diamond ring in trade for a small payment. I gratefully and joyfully walked out of the store with the sparkling ring on my finger. It was such a loving gesture from my husband, and it reminds me every day to be grateful for all the blessings I have in my life. Create simple ways to be a blessing to everyone around you. Partake in simple acts of kindness daily. Write a note of thank you or a kind note on the memo line in every check you write and every credit card receipt you sign. Acknowledge the people you meet throughout the day. Smile and say hello to everyone you see, even those standing next to you in the elevator. Wave at the parking attendants as you drive by the gatehouse. Choose to be friendly with people who are serving you. Allow somebody with fewer items to check out in front of you at the register. When driving, happily allow the car next to you to merge in front of your car. Smile and give a thank you wave when somebody lets you merge in front of them. On the way into the store, return an empty shopping cart and push the cart to the storefront when you are done. Pick up trash when you see it lying around. Open the door for the elderly or anybody. Offer your seat on the bus. Gentlemen, please open the car doors for ladies. Tell the person next to you how lovely they look today. Hug freely. Hug a friend. Say thank you for every little thing someone does for you. Pray with someone on the spot. Send notes, cards, or kind, encouraging text messages throughout the day. A few positive, kind words go a long way. Train yourself to be a good listener. God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. Let us use them accordingly. Let us share our love with acts of simple service, listening and encouraging. People recognize the blessing. Then relax, sit back, and watch the love and gratitude flow back into your life. Years ago, my sister experienced a significant, simple act of kindness, and she has been passing it on ever since. Her girlfriend answered a text message with the words, "Be well, my friend." She knew that they were good friends. However, to receive a written greeting, "my friend," had a profound effect on her. The greeting made her think that we refer to people as our friends all the time, yet somehow there is an additional comfort in knowing just how much of a friend you really are to someone. My sister now makes it a point to include "my friend" or "my dear friend" in her messages. There is something touching about seeing and declaring friendship and kindness in writing. Dear friend, I pray that you are enjoying good health and that all may go well with you, even as your soul is getting along well. 3 John 1:2. Love everyone and everything with love and gratitude. Allow everyone to be just as they are and everything just as it is. Praise God for the perfection it all is. God believes in us. Let us believe in each other's perfection. Have mercy on each other, trusting that we will all grow into our own greatness. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Matthew 5:7. Step 8. Expect the miracle in every moment. The truth is, this whole life is miraculous. I write this powerful book to bless humanity with a joyful reminder of how great our God is. Along the way, we have come to believe that UPS, FedEx, and DHL could deliver faster than God. How did this happen? When did this happen? We have drifted so far away from the supernatural greatness of our mighty universe. If we order online and we click on Express Checkout, we expect the delivery to come the next day, and we happily wait for our package at the front door with full confidence. How fast do we expect our delivery from the ether, the most perfect delivery system of all time? It is up to us to recreate the expectation that miracles are available to us in every moment. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your path straight. Proverbs 3:5 and 6. Life is a series of choices. Let us choose to see everything as the miracle it is. In Christ, all things are possible. Jesus looked at them and said, "With man this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." Matthew 19:26. A dear friend of mine was very content being a single mother after her divorce. Thus she put little attention on dating. Her focus was on her career and raising her 2 beautiful children. She always said, If a man wishes to date me, he will have to knock on my door. Sure enough, about 4 years ago, one did knock on her door. A handsome man asked her what she was paying for her rent, because he owned a house 5 doors away that he wished to rent out. Soon after, he asked her out for dinner. Eventually, they both moved from the neighborhood. They are still happily dating years later. The miracle came knocking. When my husband and children went to the store to rent a movie, I went along and waited in the checkout area. As they were deciding on movies, I browsed through the magazine rack. I picked one up, opened it, and on that very page I saw a picture of 2 of my closest friends attending a ball. I took the magazine home and showed it to them. They were surprised that their picture was featured in the magazine, because it was a wedding magazine. It was a most surprising place for my 2 single friends to be featured, and even more unique was for me to pick up a copy and browse through it. This miraculous finding also happened during another occasion when I picked up a newspaper from my mail table. I again saw one of the same friends smiling at me from one of the pages. If we choose to live our lives asking for, seeking, and expecting miracles in our daily walk, we will recognize them everywhere. Step 9. Have fun and celebrate. Naturally, this step is the most fun, yet honestly, it does require our action. As said in the Holy Bible, let us be like a child to enter into heaven. Life was given to us to live it abundantly, to celebrate with the heart of a child and have fun. Let us enjoy our life experiences in a childlike state. And he said, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven." Matthew 18:3. Let us make sure that we remember to play and laugh like children all the time. Laughter inspires hope and forgiveness. The happier our attitude and the more we smile and laugh, the healthier our minds and bodies are. Laughter relaxes the whole body and releases tension. Laughter and smiles increase happy hormones like endorphins, dopamine, and serotonin. Among other health benefits, it has been proven that the habit of laughing improves the function of our blood vessels, boosts the immune system, and also burns calories. 2 big questions for most of us are: first, can we remember what is fun for us? Second, do we trust that God desires us to enjoy this lifetime and have fun? Take a moment right now to write a list of what is fun to you. List things that you already do and things that you wish to do to have more fun in your life. Every day, pick up one suggestion and spend 15 minutes or more taking action toward your goal of experiencing joy from your list and reimagining your dreams. Continually add to your list of fun. Please inspire us by sharing your fun ideas. Pause this recording, pick up your pen, and write your fun list now. I collected some celebration ideas to share. Fun ideas: have tea, meditate, light candles, sing, listen to your favorite music, inspirational healing frequencies, island music, or good mood songs. Do crafts like needlepoint, knitting, scrapbooking, jewelry. Redecorate your home. Create something with your hands. For example, an outdoor garden where you plant seeds and take pride in watching them grow. Make funny envelopes or art journals, a vision board. Write a book. Create a picture book or a mini book. Spend time with family. Go outside or play games. Play with your pets. Connect with friends. Go out. Call them or have them over at your place. Buy flowers. Smell them and notice their vivid colors and beauty. Have fun with food. Have an organic treat. Bake cookies. Cook something new. Make popcorn the old-fashioned way in a pan. Make a pizza from scratch. Be active. Take a walk or hike, dance through your house, jump on a trampoline, do your favorite exercise such as yoga, horseback riding, bowling, tennis, kayaking, swimming. Be relaxed. Enjoy a massage or a spa treatment of your choice. Enjoy nature, mountains, beaches, forests, rivers, lakes, waterfalls, hot springs, salt grottos, islands. Be mesmerized by crabs on the beach. Watch the sunset with a picnic. Shop or just meander through favorite stores. Bookstores, kitchen stores, office supply stores, paper and craft stores. Go on vacation. Travel. Go to a theme park. Stay overnight in a hotel. Take a city trip. Learn something new, possibly a new language for your trip. Laugh from deep down in your belly and welcome tears of joy that come to your eyes. Surround yourself with people with a good sense of humor or an ability to tell funny stories that make you laugh. Share funny stories so other people laugh. Have a fun photo shoot. Actively belong to a community, church, gym, book club, miracle group, meditation circle. Start your own group, for example, a movie group, a book group, or so on. Manifest things. Let us ask ourselves, how can we celebrate every day? Let us create our own individual board game. If we create each space on our board of our Receive Joy game, Life of Fun, then whatever number we roll with the dice is a winner. We can go forward or backward on the game board, and we will always win something wonderful. If we write each fun card ourselves, then we are happy with every card in the deck. Receive Joy offers an online class called Let's Begin, where the creation of the game of fun and other exercises from this book are shown step by step to inspire you to create your own game of fun and even more. Email us at ask@receivejoy.com for a free document with further instructions. When we pick up our pen to script our life and include everything that is fun, exciting to us, and satisfies our wildest dreams, then life is always a winning game. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118:24. Let us live every moment in the present and ask ourselves how we can celebrate our life in this moment. There is only the present moment. Let us allow ourselves to have fun. Most of us wait rather than take action to allow our dreams to come true. We hold off for the weekend, vacation, summer, retirement, special occasions, when we are older, when we have more time, when we feel better, or when we have the money. There is only now. Life is a series of now moments. When we were 6 years old, it is now. When we were 20 years old, it is now. Now is now. Be here in the moment. Let us decide to live every perfect moment now. All the days, the cheerful of heart have a continual feast. Proverbs 15:15. Let us also happily create for celebrations. When a close friend of my daughter turned 16, we chose to joyfully celebrate her birthday with a tea party. We decided to use a different cup and saucer for every girl attending. When we set the table, we were 4 saucer and cup combinations short. My daughter was throwing the party and said, "Mom, let us buy 4 more sets." I asked her how much money she had to buy the 4 sets. She said, "I have $8 to spend, which means I have $1 for each cup and each saucer." My daughter and I love to go to thrift stores. We entered the Goodwill shop and walked directly to the shelf with the household items. The shelf was empty, except for 4 elegant china teacups and saucers, each with a beautifully unique pattern. The teacups and saucers cost $1 each. We still have the dainty sets, and every time we use them, they make us smile in memory of our creation power. A further question is, can we rejoice? Let us pick up the joy in our own life. Joy is always there. It is a standalone. It lies like a coin on your table. Let us pick it up, put it in our pocket, and take it with us everywhere we go. Joy is also made up of one of the highest emotional vibrations. When we feel good, we are lifted into the flow of attraction. Rejoice in the Lord always. And again I say rejoice. Philippians 4:4. Let us rejoice always. On a vacation to North Carolina, I took my youngest daughter out to the beach, and she chased crabs with her little net. Whenever she approached the crabs, they quickly escaped. It was time for dinner, and I told her that after dinner we will come back and catch a crab. After we were walking back to the house, I said to God, "I am excited to see how you will make this happen. Wow me." As promised, we went back to the beach after dinner. To our surprise, we found it full of crabs. Hundreds of them were absolutely mesmerized by the full moon and thus sitting out in the open and resting. Completely different from earlier. My child caught lots of crabs. We both rejoiced. I rejoiced as a mother because I saw my child happy, and my child rejoiced in her wish to catch crabs becoming a reality. For me, it was a miracle. It was the first time I saw so many crabs in my life. Sing praises to Him, Him, Him. Let us choose to have fun with our creations. Think outside the box. For example, let us talk to our bank accounts and tell them what we desire. Let us bless our food and ask it to give us the nutrition our body requires. Let us freeze our popsicles and ask one color to stay liquid. Let us ask our bushes to bloom in different colors each year. Let us have fun and be creative. We may also use the 9 steps to enhance our entertainment factor, as one of my friends did while watching the Super Bowl. A few years ago, during the Super Bowl, the Seahawks had a 1st and goal at the Patriots' 5-yard line, and they moved the ball closer yet to score. The clock ran under 1 minute, and the Seahawks faced a 2nd and goal at the Patriots' 1-yard line. This is when I wrote down on a piece of paper at my friend's house, "Thank you, dear Jesus, for letting the Patriots intercept the ball." The Patriots assumed the Seahawks may run the ball. Instead, they threw a pass, and the Patriots' rookie Butler beat the Seahawks player Lockett to the goal line and intercepted the pass. This was only possible with the help of the Patriots' most important player. Thank you, dear Jesus. They surely had a fun Super Bowl celebration. Use the 9 steps to create more fun along the way. When 2 friends and I were backpacking over the Alps from Munich to Venice, we slept in mountain cabins with few food options. A small salad and pasta was our norm. About 3 weeks into our journey, in the early afternoon, we were hungry again. My 2 friends and I were thinking about what kind of food appealed to us. In the morning, I said to one of my friends, "Since we are in Italy, I am craving homemade oven-baked pizza today." He agreed. When the discussion returned to food later in the day, our other friend, who had been absent from our morning conversation, added the same wish, pizza. We all looked at each other and declared, "Let us have pizza." We had fun imagining having a pizza restaurant on the mountain. 5 minutes later, we came to a clearing, and there it was, a pizza restaurant. We went running the rest of the way to the restaurant and enjoyed a fresh pizza from an Italian pizza oven as we sat in front of an open fire. I wish we had created more places along our journey like this. Those who know your name trust in you, for you, Lord, have never forsaken those who seek you. Psalm 9:10. Thank you for listening to parts 1 and 2 of Ask and You Shall Receive by Receive Joy. When you are ready for part 3, please email us at ask@receivejoy.com, and we will happily send you the rest of the recording. May God bless you as you continue to receive joy.